Hello, this is Jigar from Odoo, and we are back with a live support. Uh, Good morning from San Francisco, and good evening the rest of the world. Let's get going. This is another live support session. We did the first experiment. Everything went well. You guys gave a good feedback, and we are doing it again. So we earlier today we had a session from Belgium for 8 hours. They did a great job, and we are continuing this towards the end of it to complete the whole day. So, pour in your question. We are waiting for your question. Meanwhile, when I'm waiting for your question, I am going to demonstrate some of the feature that you might be interested in. So, let's get going with how to SEO how to use SEO feature with your Odoo website, Odoo e-commerce. So, I'll try to show you all those feature. Meanwhile, this is Odoo live support. You can ask me any question that you have, and I'm waiting for your question. So, all right, we have a lot of people already joining in. So, uh, can we ask you hard questions
And
too? Yeah, you can try
I'm,
asking.
I'm waiting for your
I'll try to
question.
answer
So,
best I
all right,
can. So,
we have a lot of people already
go
joining
ahead and
in.
ask a
So,
question. I'll try to answer as I can.
can we ask you a hard questions too? Yeah, you can try asking. I'm waiting for your question. So,
best I
all right,
can.
we have a lot of people already joining in. So,
Question. I'll try to answer as I can.
can we ask you a hard questions too? Yeah, you can try asking. I'm waiting for your question. So, all right, we have a lot of people already joining in. So,
Question. Best as I can.
can we ask you a hard questions too? Yeah, you can try asking. I'm waiting for your question. So, all right, we have a lot of people already joining in. So,
Question. Best as I can.
can we ask you a hard questions too? Yeah, you can try asking. I'm waiting for your question. So, all right, we have a lot of people.
Standard website that you get when you install a new instance. So your new instance will show this. Let me try to put SEO, and let me try to show how to use SEO on the different pages. So for example, this is home page. On the home page, if I want to promote my home page, I'll say promote, and I'll say optimize SEO. Optimize SEO will bring up the screen. Well, this is how your SEO, your keywords, and your meta tag description can be. This is the place where you can update your meta and all SEO description. For example, if you wanna, let's say if I'm selling the computer, this is my computer website, and if I'm selling computers here, so I can say computers. So this is one keyword that's mentioned computer. Now, as you could see, this has suggestion related to computers. So if any other keyword in your local country according to Google is very popular that you want to pull, you can pull. All right, we have question pouring on. Wireless standard MD says, anyone else having a sound issue? Hey Wireless, I think we are working on the sound. Admin is already looking into this. I'll try to speak closer. Oh, there's echo. Let me try to figure this out. Clark, we having echo. Can you look into this? He's looking into this. I'm continuing. All right. So, Valley says, why don't we have API documentation for C#? Well, Valley, there is no specific API for C#. What you need to do on your C#, you need to use a cookbook XML RPC. So there is a cookbook XML RPC for C#. So you can go here and you can say cookbook xmlrpc.net. Over here, you can go to download section. Under download section, you have XML-RPC library. Just you include this library in your code. That's all. Once you have this library, what next you do is you just make a call to XML-RPC. And standard XML-RPC documentation is already on odoo.com. Documentation 10.0. There's a web services documentation already given, so you just start using that. So there's nothing new that you have to do in the C#. What you need to do is you just need to make sure that you're using this XML-RPC cookbook library included in your C# libraries. So under your C# project, you will go in the Visual Studio, you will import a library, and import library will import this XML-RPC.net, and you will be good. So that's what you will do. If you want to see example of XML RPC using a C# and XML RPC, well, simplest example is you can go to github.com/odoo/odoo, and in version 7 we used to have a Outlook plugin which happens to be developed in a C#. So what you can do is you can look at the code of a C#, how to use an XML RPC using a C#, and there's a good examples are there. So you go to GitHub 10, you go to version 7, roll to add-ons, directory. Under add-ons directory, there will be a directory called Outlook plugin. So search for Outlook over here. So plugin Outlook right here. Once you find plugin Outlook, under plugin Outlook, there is a static Outlook plugin, OpenERP plugin, and under there's this client lib, and this is a whole project. Apparently, you can go to your Visual Studio and you can import this project, and you will be able to start doing it. So Valley, that's your answer. There is no specific C# library API. What you do is you just import XML RPC lib and start using a standard web services call, and you will be good. All right. So I hope that answers your question. Jean says hello. Hey Jean, Mohammed. Hello. Hey, welcome back. Nice to see you again. I'm back again. So if you have a question, bring your questions on. All right. Let's move ahead. Chatbot for Odoo? No, there's nothing like I haven't heard anything like chatbot for Odoo. So chatbot for Odoo, I don't know what specific that you want to ask, but I haven't heard anything like that before. Here, Hamisha asks, can you upload and customize module to do online, edit it with Studio and download? Oh yeah, definitely. If there is a Studio module, see again, Hamisha, it has to be a Studio module. If you upload a Studio module to Odoo Online, and if you customize and you re-export it, your Odoo Studio customization will be always exported into one module. So yes, definitely you can do that. Make your Studio module, export it, re-upload into a new database, make new customization, and again export it, and you should have everything exported as in one module. So yes, that should work. Walter says hello. Hey Walter, bring your questions in, and I'll be more than happy to answer your questions. So waiting for your questions. Okay, we got a new question here. Salman says, do I have to use Odoo Studio to customize my invoices? Salman's, what is specific that you are looking into customization? Do you want to customize a UI? Do you want to customize a report? If you want to customize UI, if you want to customize report, then yes, you should use Odoo Studio. Odoo Studio is more user-friendly way of doing customization. Of course, you don't have to use Odoo Studio. It's not forced that you have to use Odoo Studio then, and it's not the fact that only Odoo Studio can be used to do the customization. You can use, there are different techniques that you can do customize, but of course Odoo Studio is much more simpler and much more refined way of customizing your application. So I would advise using this Odoo Studio. So if you want to use Odoo Studio, go ahead, do it. Hope that answers your question. Alexander says, is there an API wrapper for an Angular.js? No, there is no API wrapper for Angular.js. We have our own. It's a full stack application. So on the full stack, we have our own API, the UI API written. So what you can do is, again, you can go to odoo.com/documentation, as you could see on my screen. Under developer documentation, that is a documentation for how to customize an Odoo client. So what you need to do is building a user interface extension. So you will click on user interface extension, and that will take you to the page which has all the detail how Odoo client is designed, right? So probably you want to use that as an guideline. And then if you want to build a wrapper around this module, well, you can create a module that makes a wrapper for angular.js, but out of box there is no wrapper for angular.js. Salman says the layout. Yes, of course, you should use Odoo Studio for layout because it's way much more simpler and way much more refined way of doing managing your UI customization. So I would definitely recommend using UI. I'm installing a SAS 14, which is Studio 2 here. Once I finish installing, probably I can show you how to use an Odoo Studio 2, because Studio 2 is much more powerful compared to Studio 1 initial release. So I would advise you to use Odoo Studio. Okay, next question is alright, so I'm sorry I cannot pronounce your name correctly, but his question is, can you use an Outlook plugin in Odoo version 9? Well, it may work, it may not work. It has been dropped from version 8. So it may work, it may require some work. Remember that this Studio module is the Outlook module was designed for version 8, and it was designed for Outlook to 2003 and 2007. So any Outlook after 2000 to Outlook 2003 and 2007, it was never tested, and Microsoft keep changing their API very fast. So probably what you can do is you can export. There is already exe built in there. You just download the exe, try to install the exe, and see if it works. So give it a shot and try. That was the question from Koryodin, so I hope that answers your question. Vijay says, how to create a delivery order in 10? Well, it's pretty simple. Creating a delivery order is pretty simple. Let's say I want to sell something, so I'll go to my sales application. Sales quotation. Under quotation, assume that I'm going to take a random example of a quotation here. So this is one quotation. For example, this is what you are selling, and when you will confirm this quotation, this was already a sell order. Let me open a new quotation. So this is a quotation. This is a plain quotation. So when I confirm my sale it automatically will create a delivery order. So Vijay, it's pretty simple. You just confirm your sell order and it creates a delivery order. Now let's say you don't want to create delivery order that way and you want to create delivery order some other way. Then simplest thing you can do is you go to inventory. So under inventory you have a dashboard of all kind of a different picking or all kind of a different reception or picking or deliveries that can happen in your organization. So for example, on this dashboard, as you can see on the screen, there's a receipts, intern transfer, and there's a delivery order. If you want to create a manual delivery order, go to your delivery orders, create a new delivery order, and choose your customer and choose the product that you want to ship, and you can create a manual delivery order. So Vijay, I hope that answers your question. Right, next question is from Valley. He has a follow-up on the XML RPC question. So he says, I have a sales order in Odoo. I want to scan a label and ship this item to my customer. I want to develop a REST API to use an Android or Windows mobile CE. Can I do this application with XML? Usually, Valley, all the programming language has XML RPC. You don't have to use Odoo do not support REST API out of box. So what you need to do is you have to use XML RPC client library, because Odoo is an XML RPC server. Now, of course, we also have a JSON RPC. So, Valley, if you are good at JSON RPC, instead of XML RPC, you can start using a JSON RPC, and JSON RPC will also do. But it's your choice what you want to do. But one thing for sure, we don't have a REST API as of now. So you have to use XML RPC library on whatever platform you are doing. If it's Android, then Android has XML RPC, of course. If it's a Windows Mobile, of course, I'm sure that Windows Mobile will also have that same library available. So my advice would be to use an XML RPC library on any platform that you want to use, and then you can make call and you can start making call once you have XML RPC library available. Vijay says, how to create an invoice from delivery order in 10. Vijay, you cannot create invoice from the delivery order out of the box. If you want to create the invoice from the delivery order we had that feature in version 8, then that has to be customized. While out of the box, how it behaves is this. On your cell setting, what you can set up is you can say invoice based on delivered quantity. So once you do invoice based on delivered quantity, which is equivalent to invoice based on delivery. So if you go to cell setting, as you can see on my screen, that is an invoicing policy. So, or probably whenever you create a, sorry, I'm in inventory setting, my bad. Let's go back to cell setting. So I'm under cell setting. So if you are wondering what I'm doing right now, I'm trying to answer a question of Vijay, where he asked the question how to create an invoice from a delivery order. In version 10, you cannot create invoice directly from the delivery order. Rather, what you have to set up is invoicing policy. So your invoicing policy would be invoice based on delivered quantity. So once you set up invoice based on delivered quantity, you will be able to do that. And I am sorry, my system kind of hanged. All right, invoice based on delivered quantity. So you set invoice based on delivered quantity. So this will now allow your sell order to be invoiced based on what you ship. That's how you do invoice based on delivery. So Vijay, I hope that answers your question. Alexander has a follow-up question. He says, I mean, is there any Angular JS wrapper for an XML RPC? No, in my knowledge, there is no Angular JS wrapper for XML RPC. There is a Node.js wrapper available. So if you want to use a Node.js wrapper, there is a Node.js Odoo client available. So just go ahead to Google and look for Odoo Node.js client, and you will find Odoo Node.js client. So definitely you can use Node.js if you want to use Node.js with Angular.js. All right, next question we have is from Wireless Standard. Hey, Wireless Standard. His question is, can you have an incoming product set to 1-step receive and other product set to 3-step receive in the same warehouse? Wireless Standard, yes, you can. What you need to do is you need to prepare different routes. So if you prepare a different route, what next you can do is you can allow those route on the cell order, right? Once you allow this route on the cell order, your cell order line can have a different route. It can be shipped from a different route. So you can force a different route to the cell order line. So let me see if it's enabled down here. I can quickly show you where you can select a different route. So on the cell quotation screen, and on the quotations, I mean, I will be able to see the field if it's enabled. So I'm waiting. I'm checking if the field is enabled. So no, that field is not enabled yet, but it's pretty simple. Let me quickly run through that. So inventory, configuration, settings. Well, I have already everything enabled. So I'll just go to routes. Under routes, you choose one route. For example, if this is ship only route, and then you allow this on the cell order line. That's the first thing that once you allow this route on the cell order line, next thing that you need to make sure is on your user setting, you have enabled that allow routes on the cell order line. So on the settings, users, administrator, here, there will be one setting available that you will set. That will be route. You see enable route on cell order line. Once you do this, save, and on cell order line you just select a different route, and that's how you can force a different route on the cell order from the cell order. Wallace, I hope that answers your question. Vijay has a follow-up question. Can I create a cell order for multiple warehouse intent? No, cell order will be always bound to one warehouse and one company. So you cannot have one cell order that represents two warehouse and two company. No, you cannot do that. But what you can do is you can create a complex route and you can pull stock from a different company using internal transfer. So if you want to pull your stock from different warehouse using a routes configuration, you definitely can do that. So Vijay, that's what your answer is. Next question from Johnny. Hey Johnny, welcome. He says, can you configure route in a product? Yeah, definitely you can configure route on the product. So you go to cells. What you need to make sure is on the route. All right, because we have a lot of questions about route right now, I'll briefly explain how this route thing works. Simple thing is inventory. Under inventory you have different route. And route can be set by warehouse only. So usually route will respect warehouse. Of course, if you want to design a route that goes across company, you can design a route that can do the cross company internal transfer and everything. That can be also done, which definitely of course require a very complex configuration. But simple thing that you need to do is, where do you want to allow users to configure this route? So for example, if you say you want to allow this ship only route to be configured on product category, you say, okay, it is allowed it on product category. Product can be allowed in on warehouse. Yes, it can be configured on the product. This route can be configured on the product. Yes, it can be configured on the product. Now, how many warehouses this belong to? So you can also configure that. And can this be selected on cell order line? So if you select this, it can be selected on cell order line. Then it can be selected on the cell order line. So when you save all this, and if you'll go to cells, product, onto the given product, of course it has to be stockable product. Once you have stockable, as you could see, your route is added. Now remember one thing, route follows their sequence. So route usually will have the sequence, and the route with the highest sequence has the highest priority. So you need to make sure that your route is configured with the right sequence. So Johnny, you can do that, and you have to set a right sequence, and you have to tell your route that this route can be configured on the product level, on the product category level, or it can be configured onto cell order line level. So whatever your route's configuration is there, based on that, it can be configured at multiple places. So hope, Johnny, that answers your questions. John Paul has a question. He says, is it possible to synchronize DB? Oops, I'm sorry, I just scrolled over. All right. Is it possible to synchronize DB from Odoo instance in a local area network to cloud instance seamlessly? Well, John, the simple thing is you cannot do DB to DB synchronization, because on the instance, when it comes to Odoo, because our Odoo SaaS instance are protected, they're sitting behind highly secured server, so you cannot do DB to direct database to database synchronization. So you cannot make Postgres to Postgres synchronization. Although if you have some local module, there is a community module available, probably, which if I recall correctly, name is base synchro, which is responsible for synchronizing to database using I think XML RPC. So you configure to database, you say these are the objects that you want to synchronize, and then to that will synchronize seamlessly. But the thing is, that module has to be hosted on your local. Of course, that module cannot be hosted on our Odoo online instance. But for example, Paul, if you have your own online instance, and if you wanna synchronize using your own online instance, of course that's possible. You can definitely do that. So yes, that can be done. It is possible. But remember one thing, with Odoo Online, you cannot do DB to DB synchronization. But of course, you can make a XML RPC call because every online instance that we host is exposed to XML RPC. So that is your answer. So John Paul, I hope that answers your question. Miguel says here, I'm sorry, Katana Pancho. I'm sorry, I cannot read your language. So, can you please ask in English? If you could ask in English, then it will be good for me and for everybody in the chat to understand. Right. Nicholas Logan says, is there a way to apply a quality control point to many product instead of specifying product each time? I guess no, because quality controls are usually by product and by the picking. So let's check quickly. Quality points, quality checks, great. If you are right now, I'm trying to ask Nicholas Logan's question. His question: is there a way to apply a quality control point to many products instead of specifying a product each time? So we are trying to see the quality, how to set an quality checkpoint. I'm sorry, this is taking some time here. I'm trying to. Right. So quality check, I'm creating a new quality check. It's always by product, as I said. You have to select a product. You cannot force a quality check on multiple product. If you were to do that, that's a customization that you have to do. So Nicholas, I hope that answers your question. Igor says, hey Igor, how do I add an expiration to the mass mailing? Adding expiration to the mass mailing is, and you go to mass mailing. So we are at the question where Igor said, how do I add expiration to the mass mailing? So whenever you create a mass mailing, usually your mass mailing is by this one of the objects. So on this one of the object, you can pick any of the syntax that you want to pick. So I'm quickly going to check an expiration that is required. But you have to write your expression into an HTML, probably, because writing here won't work. So you have to go to your HTML, and over your HTML you will write an expression. But let me make sure what is an expression, what is a clear expression for that. I'm sorry, my computer is kind of acting weird, but I'm trying to find an expression that Igor mentioned. All right here, there's your HTML body. So I think writing it as a regular expression should work. So let me try to see if we can, if record is allowed it over here. So let me quickly try to find that an expression. Of course, I only want to search on start.py. So you will have a record object. So Igor, you want to say record dot your value name, and you will be able to use the record dot any field from, if it's applicant, then you have to say record dot applicant name. I was just trying to look into code on my screen right here, so it took a while to find that, but Igor, that's what you want to do. Right, next question is wireless standard. He says, I want to do this on receive, not sales. I prepare a different route on set. On receive, we don't have it right now. Wireless standard, you have to follow one route. You cannot force, and of course, but you can on receive it will only follow the route that is set on your warehouse. So for receive, it will only follow one route. There is no other route that you can follow on the receive, because receive will directly create and push rules which will push your inventory at different places. So you have to do you have to use a single route. Wireless standard, I got you. You are sending follow-up messages, but there is kind of a lag into the cast, and that's why I'm getting your answers, your follow-up little late. So I'm sorry for not seeing that early. Well, he says, thank you. For example, I want to validate some of the items from invoice line. Do I have any example code documentation for XML or PC? Well, for the invoice, you cannot validate invoice line. For Odoo, you have to Odoo you have to validate the whole invoice. And for the invoice, I don't have any example code that I can throw to you right now, and then that will help you. But it will be pretty simple. You go to account invoice code, and then there will be over there are a lot of functions that will validate your sell order, that will validate your invoice, that will help you. So probably you want to go there and you want to check over there. Hamisha has a follow-up question. She says, so when I create Odoo Studio module, how can I modify type of a base field? Hamisha, you cannot modify a type of a base field. Type of a base field cannot be modified, because your base fields will have a data, it will definitely have a data, and if you will change a type, then it will create a lot of inconsistency, and it will ruin your database. So we cannot allow users doing that. So for a base field, you cannot modify a type at any cost. What you have to do is you have to create alternative field if you don't want to use that field. Continued question is, knowing that whatever I try to do, they got error that property of base field cannot be altered. Yes, Hamisha, it cannot be. You cannot change a property of a base field. That's not possible in Odoo. She has another follow-up question. He says, please modify through the Python code, preferably through the custom code. I'm sorry, chat is scrolling up. Her question is, all right, so module cannot be 100% studio, right? In general, we cannot modify Python code in Odoo Studio module. Hamisha, it's a different way of doing it. When you say we cannot modify Python code in Odoo Studio module, yes, you cannot do certain things in Odoo Studio. For example, you cannot change the type of the base field. You cannot remove a base field. You cannot change a function field which is in the base. You cannot change a calculation of those. For those, you have to have a server-wide module. Those are the limitation right now for a studio, and even for the SaaS platform. So yes, you are right that we cannot change a base behavior that we get out of the box. But Hamisha, always what you need to do, if there is something that you want to achieve that you don't like out of the box, pretty simple. You have to design something equivalent using a new field and everything. So simplest solution is design a new feature similar and use it. We have done all different kind of a customization from one file to many files. So yeah, there are a lot of possibility. Your problem is specific, so probably what you want to do is you want to call in to our sales and check with them, and probably if you're a partner you want to check with our account manager and see if you want our advice, or if you want to take consulting with us with Odoo to get your answer clearly on this. But yes, you are right, the base field cannot be modified on online using Studio. um, Muhammad has a question. He says, I want to control my banner from the website admin. I want to show all me images from my template in a banner instead of default image. Muhammad, I'm not getting your question. Can you please come? Can you give more description? This is kind of confusing. I understand that you are limited on the words, but try to explain more better. Uh, I'm really not able to understand your question. I'm sorry. Please write your question with more details. Codiodin says, thank you for answering my question. Please do your quick tutorial on manufacturing efficiency on bill of material. All right. A quick thing that I can show is, let me see if my local instance is already installed. No, it's still installing. Right. So I'll try to jump out of here, and I will try to show a manufacturing efficiency using bill of material and route. So Coriadine, what you need to do is, I will advise you to use route, because route has better efficiency calculation that you can use. So under manufacturing, you have to use a work center and routes, manufacturing routes, of course, work centers and everything. So let me see if my work centers are, all right, it is already enabled. If no, then go to settings, manufacturing configuration, setting, and here say manage production by work order. Once you enable that, you will have a work orders, and you will also have, and in master data you will have work center. So you can define a different work center. So let's say this is one assembly station with 80% efficiency and capacity 5. So at a given point of time it can produce 5, and OA is target 90%, and cost per hour is 88.25 your currency, and before time and after time production is, for example, 10 minutes and 8 minutes. So this is how your one assembly station is looking like. Once you have all this, once you have all your work centers defined, what you want to do is you want to create routings. So under routing you will define one routing. For example, this is one routing where we are using a manual assembly machine where work center is assembly station 1. Let's say if I want to add more routing option, I can of course edit, and I can add more routing, more work centers to work center to this. So I'm trying to add in work center on my routing to show you how the manufacturing efficiency with the routing works. I'm sorry, my computer is running a little bit slow, so I'm trying to so work center, here you can choose a different work center that you earlier defined. For example, after manual assembly you want to use a drill station, so you can add a drill station. That's your drill station work once per, I mean, you can, there is a different option, next operation. What is your next operation based on last 10 work order? If you want to calculate your duration computation based on last 10 order, default duration, how much default it will take, how much default time it will take. So you save and close, and you save. And when you start your manufacturing order, you will go to work order. Your manufacturing order will create a work order if you choose this routing, and based on your work order processing, it will automatically generate those statistics. Because on your work center, you said this is my efficiency, this is capacity of my work cycle, and this takes a pre and post time before loading and offloading the machine. So that's how you configure all these different parameters. So let me close this, save, operations, manufacturing order, create one manufacturing order, and I'll just produce something. So choose your product that you want to produce. So let's say I want to produce an computer desk. So I'm going to choose a computer desk. And then once you start your order, what it will do is it will create a work order, queue of work order, and that will show an efficiency of your productions. So for a computer desk, there's a computer desk, a bill of material, and of course you can define route on bill of material. So for example, let's say you want to say that one bill of material has already a route, predefined route. You can always define a predefined route if you want to. It's not laptop customize, it's in computer desk. Because on this bill of material there is already routing defined, it is picking that routing. So for example, let's say we want to take assembly line 1. We can take assembly line 1 as a default routing. That is your default routing of this for manufacturing order. So once you save this, and you can also define like which operation will consume this part. So let's say if you have different part and different operation will consume a different part, then based on your routing operation you can say, okay, cutting will take and this part, cutting will take this part, or drilling will take another part. You can do that. And then once you have it, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do check availability to make sure all raw materials are there. I mean, this one has a serial number to be assigned, so I'll assign a serial number. So I'm going to assign one new serial number to this. All right. So the serial number is assigned to this one. And once you confirm, it will create operations, and then operations will create, and you plan it. So this has been planned now, and then this plan will follow this routing that we already have defined using a different routing and different machines. All right, so now you say you have 2 work order created once you plan this. And then once you will start your because we on the routings we said to use a real time, and because of the real time, what it will do is it will make your timer will be real time, like how much time you are going to really work on this thing. So it's already ready, so you can start working. You can say maintenance, quality check, in progress, whatever you want to do this. And also for this we have a tablet UI. You can use a tablet UI if you want to use a tablet UI. So you unblock this. Right now this shows a blocked. You start working, your work has been started, and then you pause if you want to pause, if you're done, if you want to set it to done. I mean, it was already done and I clicked twice, so and then you can go to the planning, and you can see, if you want to see work order planning, you can see your work order planning from here. And under reporting, you will have all the work order efficiency and everything calculated and ready for you. So for over here, you can get a different data. If you want to get different data, like what was the capacity, what was the real-time duration, what was the quantity, what is expected duration, then you can get a different statistic, and I can switch to an pivot view, because pivot view will give me and better data. So you see real-time duration, expected duration, then duration per unit, how much time it took per unit, and then if you want to see by routing, by manufacturing order, you can drill down by work center, by work order. So by work order, manual assembly was a work order. Under the work order, what was a work center that was used? Under that work center, everything like operation, what operation was used, what was the manufacturing order that this was consumed for. So the last manufacturing order that we worked on was 17, and this is statistical information for one work order. And of course, all the work order will be here. So you can always go to any work order at a given point of time, and then you can find your all work orders over here, and then you can see your efficiency of work order. So Kodudin, I hope that answers your questions. I'm sorry I showed you quickly using a pre-existing data and not creating a new data, as I'm queued up on long questions queue. But if I get a few, if I will get a few minutes open during the rest of the day of my time, I'll try to show that. I'll try to create all new configuration, and we'll try to see every single parameter if we can. And Nias Rafi says, hey, I don't know whether this question can be asked here or not, but doubt is regarding Odoo forum. While removing my comment, it shows a 400 battery curse. Why is it so? Nias, it can be really some kind of a bug on our end. What I would advise is please send a ticket to odoo.com/help, and please write your account name and description, and if you could make a video of it, because this can be real bug, and your help will be really appreciated fixing this bug for us. So please, Nias, send an online ticket with as much description as you can send, and we'll fix this. Hamdi Mosa has a question. He says, does Odoo work on Windows Server properly without issues? Hamdi, yes, it does work, but there is one thing that you need to remember, that Postgres has instability issues with Windows. So if I have to answer, does Odoo work on Windows Server properly? Yes, it does work properly. There won't be an issue. You will be able to, it will work, it will run smooth, but you have to make, your Postgres maintenance might be a problem. So that's something that you have to figure out. Because I have many customers that I know are using Odoo on Windows Server, and they're using and they're maintaining it. So yes. Next question is from Gabriel. John Paul says, thank you, John. I'm happy to answer your question. If you have more questions, stay tuned and pour your questions in. Gabriel says, regarding bill of material version. Oops, I'm sorry, question got jumped. All right, he says, if a manufacturing product with the serial number, regarding bill of material versions, if I have manufacturing product with the serial number, is there a way to know quantity of each product versions of my inventory? Also, if I have to be specific product serial number, and it's all right. Let me answer the first question, and then I'll go to your following next question. Is that he's asking that if I have a different bill of material version, then is there a way to know that product quantity available for each bill of material version? Well, out of the box, it's not possible to know that for which bill of material version, how much raw material quantity available. What you can do is, on the bill of material line, you can definitely add one compute field which calculates the available raw material quantity for a given bill of material. And based on that, you can find available quantity for each bill of material version Or you can create a simple report, like there is a bill of material expense report, bill of material cost report. So if you go to bill of material, there's a simple report. You can create a simple report like that to know the quantity of each version of the bill of material. Out of box, you cannot know that for which version of the bill of material, for a given product, what is the raw material quantity available. We cannot know that out of the box. Of course, you can know that, but what you have to do is you have to go to inventory, that you have to find your current inventory valuation, you have to find your current stock, and then it's a long process that you have to go through. There are many steps involved in that process. So out of the box, no, there is nothing that is easy available that you can use. But definitely there's a workaround. You have to go to inventory and check stock. And simplest customization that you can do is go to on bill of material line, add one compute field. That compute field automatically calculates raw material quantity available for your given component. So you can do very small customization, and that customization will be really quick, I guess. All right, his continued question is also, if I have a specific serial number and its bill of material has several levels with the sub-assemblies, is there a way to know which version of sub-assembly BOMs were used? Sub-assemblies BOM were used on this product. Well, on sub-assembly, you can say that which product will be consumed on which assembly level. So yes, you can tell that on which assembly what product was consumed. You can tell that. But if you want to know if for multiple level of version, again you have to create a report, because out of the box there is no way to know that for which version of the report what product was consumed on which routing. That's a very specific customized requirement. So Gabriel, you need to customize that. Igor has a follow-up question. He says RES partner context on mass mailing. The simplest, okay, so he had an earlier question he had is how to write an expression onto the mass mailing. So you go to mass mailing, and onto mass mailing you select an object. So onto mass mailing you select an object. So based on whatever you select here, so customer is RES partner, that's what he asked. So you go here, you select RES partner, and then you see customer is RES partner. So RES partner will have a lot of fields. So you will say record dot field name on RES partner. So your expression will be that. Then the next question is from Wireless Standard. He says, in accounting, how do we get an exposure of PLN per company without creating a separate chart of account per company? We use one bank account for all companies, can't do multiple chart of account. All right, so you have an well, what you could do is, Wireless Standard, probably let me see if that feature is still available, because in previous version, what feature we had is you can create a chart of account which is consolidated account, which is just a sum of everything else. So what you can do is, of course, for a bank can be consolidated account for two other small accounts. So yeah, we don't have that as of now, so it will go by company. So you have to do by company, and then you do a sub account under company. You probably can do a sub account, and then you can transfer your balance to the different. You can reconcile to a different account. That could be the workaround that you can do. How can you modify field name created by Odoo Studio? So Igor, do you mean by label of the field or the real name of the field? If you want to change just the label of the field, it will be pretty simple. You just drop a field and you change a field label over whenever it was created. So changing a label of the field is possible. Changing a real name of the field, technical name of the field, it's not possible. Once your field is created, you cannot change the name of the field. If you want the specific name of the field, then you have to manually create your field. You cannot change the name of the field once you create in the studio. Right. Turkesh, hey Turkesh, he has a question. He says, on a product page, there is a forecasted quantity. On a click of the button, it shows a pivot table. What information that pivot table give us? Expected quantity. So it shows forecasted quantity. You will usually show a quantity that is you have and quantity that is coming in and going out. On hand is for internal location only, while forecasted quantity is for in and out and for internal location also. So it's for all kind of a location. Let me try to show you quickly over here. All right. Right, so this is SAS 14 local instance that I'm running here. So I'll try to do it over here. Let me quickly refresh and so we are trying to answer Turkesh asked a question. He says, and forecasted quantity, when we click on it, it opens a pivot. So what that pivot shows, what information does it give? Right. So let's open and I'm sorry, my computer is frozen right now. I'm just waiting to come back. Right, it's back. Okay. So ideally, forecasted quantity should show, Turkesh, what you have in stock, what is your internal location, plus what is coming from the vendor's location, and minus what is going out. That's what ideally it should be showing. Right, let me try to find a product with a difference incoming and forecasted, where incoming and forecasted are different. All right, so let's try to see, because here incoming is on hand is 8 and forecast is minus 8. So right, so if we click the forecasted here, ideally if we look at the low level, it will show you your stock quant, because in Odoo stock quant is the lowest level of your inventory. It represents your inventory in a lowest form, lowest level. So you see, it's not by the location. Usually what will happen is, if you will go to your inventory evaluation will also, this is report forecast, but this is not for one location. This shows this shows and forecast for an all kind of a product for all kind of a location, using all location, in, out, and internal location, out location, and in location. So this shows your real forecasted quantity, which is on hand, plus incoming minus outgoing. So yeah, that's your answer to Turkesh. Hamisha, thank you so much for your answer. Hamisha, I'm glad that I'm able to answer your question. If you have more questions, stay tuned. Probably we will have similar session, more future session coming up. So if you have question, bring your questions to us, and we'll be more than delighted to answer. Sorry. So Hamdi has a question. He says, in UM, can we sell one carton has a 24 piece and like 5 piece at one time at one line? Well, Hamdi, you can in Odoo, what you can do is you can sell a UM in a same category. So let's say if you have one product which is unit, right, and one product that is unit, and if you want to sell that in a higher or lower of unit, then yes, you can sell in a one sell order line. You can add one product 2 times. In one, you can say, okay, box of 24, and in another, you can say box of 5, and you can sell that. Yes, you can do. Yes, that's possible. All right. Wireless Standard says, how do I change a background image in version 10 Enterprise? I'm afraid that version 10 Studio do not have that ability right now. No, version 10 Studio do not have that ability right now. If you want to change image, you have to write an web module, change a background, and you have to use one CSS and one class, one CSS to override the background that comes out of the box. So how do I debrand the rest of the site? For debranding Wireless Standard, there are many really nice community module available that is already doing the debranding job. If you have right contract, and if you're on the right track, you can take this one of the community module and you can debrand Odoo. There are a lot of community module available, and I think most of them works. So probably you want to get the community module of debranding. See, debranding can be in different ways. Some people just do not want to see the logo. Some people just don't want to see color in the logo. Some people just want to change the background and everything. So Wireless Standard, what's your specific requirement is, it depends on that, and there are community module available for debranding. So use one of those modules for debranding. All right, let me quickly drink and water here. All right, Rishabh has a question. He says, can you tell me tutorial for learning Odoo development? Rishabh, that's a very big question, but I can tell you where to start. So go to odoo.com documentation /10.0. Under 10.0, there is when I say big question, it's a wide question in terms of learning. I would advise you to join one of our technical training. You could buy out of one of our technical training where we discuss every single thing in detail. All these technical trainings are usually done in all of the branches that we have in India, in Belgium, and here in the United States. If you want to take technical training, if you want to learn by yourself, go to odoo.com /documentation /10.0, and there is a building a module section. So go to building a module section and read building a module section. I'm dropping that URL in the chat for you. I have just dropped a URL in the chat for how to write a module. So follow the documentation, read everything in detail, and you will have your answer. Right. Next question is from Muhammad. He says, I want the S banner theme to take image from the template instead of change each one after add a slide. Muhammad, it's a customization. Probably you have to do customization to dynamically select an image from the from the banner scroller. So that's a customization. It could be very easy customization that you have to do. Rishabh says he has a technical question. He says, how self.env work? Okay, so this is really big question in terms of how this self.env works, because at the core, at the heart of the framework, that this is the important thing, that is used, and that's where the whole transaction and all the operation will be triggered. Well, self, what is self? Self, if you are inheriting your object from Odoo.model class, then self will be a record set. Now, what is a record set? Record set is a set of a record that is being modified right now. So self is a record set, and environment is an environment, Odoo environment. In environment, we store a lot of different things like cursor, currently logged in user, user context, different variables are stored, and all the memory cache are stored into environments. So environment, see, itself, environment is the environment where self is running right now. So the self is running into the current self.env environment. So environment is your memory space where your record set are being treated right now, where record sets are running. Now remember, because why record set has its own environment? Reason being, because every record set has a different contextual information. Every record set will have a different context, different probably user. So every transaction that happen, every record set will carry its own environment, because every record set will have different property attributes to be triggered. And environment is the whole environment actually, where it has its own set of attributes. So its own environment is encapsulated data where your record set is manipulated right now, where being triggered, where being processed, where being programmed actually. So environment is the whole space where all the programs are being, all the methods related to self, that is a record set, is whatever operation that you will do on the self will be done using the environment. And environment will have again information like cursor, that is your current database cursor, user, that is your currently logged in user, contextual data. So if from client to the server, if you are sending a context data, so the context will be stored in there. And environment is, in a simple term, environment is the memory space where right now your self record set is being treated. And every record set will have its own environment. And during programming, if you want to create your own environment, you can create your own environment. So Rishabh, I hope that answers your question. It is very broad topic, but in nutshell, it's a memory space where your current record set, that self, is being executed. All right. Valley has a follow-up. Valley has a question. He says, all right, we are queued up quite along here. I'll try to answer all the questions as fast as I can. I'm changing my question. He says, I want to validate one invoice from XML RPC, which way do I follow? For example, a button Android application. Very simple thing is, simplest thing that I can guide you that you can do is, you can go to accounting, you go to customer invoice, open customer invoice, and let's say this is a draft invoice and this is the invoice you want to validate, right? So if you are in a developer mode, so you see this is, I'm in developer mode right now. How can I identify? You see this little bug sign that indicates I'm in a developer mode right now. Now if you want to validate the whole invoice value, this button, validate button, is responsible for validating in invoice. So what this button does, this button actually, if you hover over in a debug mode, it says that button type is object and it calls action invoice open method. So from your Android application, what you can do is you can call an XML RPC for account.invoice object with the method name is action underscore invoice underscore open. So if on account.invoice object, if you will call a method action underscore invoice underscore open, and if you will pass ID of your invoice, Odoo will validate your method, because that action underscore invoice underscore open is responsible for validating invoice in Odoo. Now you know which method to call. So just go to your Android application, on the button of that Android application button, you want to call that. You just make an XML RPC call on the button down or button press event, and you will be able to confirm the invoice. Remember, you have to pass an ID of invoice in Odoo to identify every single record uniquely. the only way of identifying every single way uniquely in Odoo is ID field. So you have to know ID of your invoice. So your ID of your invoice usually here in view metadata. This is the ID of your invoice. So if I want to, using XML RPC, if I want to validate this invoice, what I got to do is I got to make a call from my Android button, on Android application button, account.invoice, action invoice open, and the ID that I will pass will be 78. And that will validate this particular invoice. I hope that answers your question. Okay. Alan has a question. He says, may I send some picking task as one wave to one guy and he can on one guy and he can see it in a mobile and works with barcode. All right, so he says that he wanna send in one picking way he can send mobile and works with barcode. Alan, the picking wave will not work. The entire picking wave will not work with the barcode. Odoo barcode right now is not designed to pick the entire, to read entire picking wave. Barcode interface will always by the picking ID. Now, if you want to customize it, you can customize it. There's a possibility you can customize a warehouse barcode application. That because whenever you scan something in the barcode, it searches that barcode at particular places. Like it searches as a picking name or a product name or location barcode or something. So what you can do is you can add a small piece of code. You can override a function, and then you can say, okay, also search into picking wave for this barcode, and then you can do that. So with a small customization, yes, you can do that. Out of the box, you cannot. Himanshu Mittal has a question here. He says, I heard a technical query. He says, how do I find which many-to-many element added or deleted on change action? Himanshu, can you please be more specific when I say on change action, which many-to-many element are deleted? So it seems a very particular question that you have right now, that when you on change, are you modifying something? Are you trying to add something, or are you removing something during the on change? I need to know all those specific. So it will be great if you could write me in detail about that. Then I'll be able to answer it better. All right. Diego has a question. He says, Diego, I'm sorry, cannot read in Spanish, but I'll try to translate that in Google Translate and see if it helps me. Guys, please ask your questions in English. That way we all I'll be able to answer your questions correctly and we all understand it. All right, so his question was, I'm just translating the Diego's question. He says, how is it done so that product with a zero existence is not displayed in an online store? Diego, it's pretty simple. What you can do, it requires a small customization, of course. So if I go here, right, on the shop template, you have to add that piece of a code. You have to add a filter. You have to filter your product that you don't want to show a zero product. So whenever the place where your shop is loading all the product, you just add if condition. So on your template of your shop, you go to HTML editor, which will bring an HTML editor for this one. All right, so I'll look for a products template. So this is a products template. This is responsible for rendering all the product. I mean, there could be many different solutions that you can employ here, but I'm just adding very simple solution. Over here on line number 30 here on 30 over here, you just add a if condition, if if product dot, because the product is a variable which is being rendered right now. you just say T if product is quantity on hand, quantity available is equal to is greater than equal to 0, then only show. So you can you can add that one T if condition over here, and you will be all set. So Diego, I hope that answers your question. Himanshu has follow-up more question. He says, how do I add my company bills in Odoo, such as electricity bill, water, etc. You go to the vendor bills and you enter your all electricity bills into the vendor bills. That's where you will add. That's where you will add in your vendor bill, because usually they are the vendor for you, where they supply electricity and water for your business. So all your bills goes to under purchases, purchase receipt. You don't need to generate a bill. Actually, you can generate a purchase receipt that you did some purchase transaction simply. So you can say, okay, for example, for PG is a electricity provider company down here, and here you, let's say you have electricity as an, for example, let's say this is electricity product, and then account is, let's say, expense or electric expense. You can set electric expense, your unit and unit price, and then you can enter your bill. So you can do a purchase receipt directly. Instead of creating a vendor bills, you can just create a receipt, because this is actually not vendor bill, rather this is something that you purchased, which is electricity and water in this case. Vali has Vali has a question that he says, I cannot find a validate method action in Odoo. I think I need to call action from the XML RPC. Yes, well, you have to call that action from the XML RPC, because that button that I just showed you, this validate button that I showed you, it's an object, and that object has that method. And I'm not sure what version you are using. If you are using version 10, then that is the method. If you are using version 9, then you have to go to version 9 and you have to find your method name. So for every different version, their method name can be different. So you have to go and you have to check what on your version, what is actual method that you are using. Right, Ellie? So that's what you will do. That's the next question is from Ellie. He says, is it possible for vendor? I'm sorry if it's your question in Spanish, I won't be able to answer, but let me try to translate and see if I could make a meaning out of it. Is it possible to sell POS by scanning the serial number? Yeah, definitely. Yes, you can. Serial number. Wait, you say product serial number? When you say serial number, is it a product serial number or the product barcode? If it's a product barcode, then yes. Serial number, then probably, I guess you cannot do that as of now, but I think we are working on that to get it done. The question, he says, the next question is from Alex. He says, how correctly close the session in POS? Alex, to close a session correctly in the POS, you go to point of sale, then you quit your point of sale session that you are running right now. So you go to point of sale, and let's say you are running this session, and then let's say if you have this transaction. So let's say this is the first shift that you are doing in the morning, and then you open a session. So you're starting your session. Once your session will start, you will do transaction, then you will have a close button on the top. So once you close, what happens is that particular transaction, your point of sale is closed. All right. So when I say continue selling, I will start new point of sale, right? And then once I'll start finishing everything, what you will do is whenever you are closing, what you will do is you will take out money, and you can set a closing balance if you want to set a closing balance. And all the transaction that has happened, the summary will be here. And from the point of sale, you will end your session. So once you close your point of sale using a screen, on the screen, point of sale screen, there's a close, confirm, you close, then you come here and then you end the session, and you can take out money, whatever. If you're taking out money from the drawer, you take out the money, set the closing. Let's say if you're leaving the money in there, if you want to set the closing balance, you set the closing balance, and then you end the session. The end the session will end your session and validate and post an entry. So what this will do, The validate and post an entry will create a journal entry that this is the money that you got. This is the money that you earn based on your transaction using a different payment journal. Because in point of sale, every payment method is a journal. It's a different journal. So it will make an entry of your income into different journal using point of sale. And once you close it, your point of sale is correctly closed and you are done. So that's how you will do it. Right. Alex has a question. He says how to, oh, right. So how to close an session, that's what we just answered. While Standard has a question, he says, can we set a certain products to be viewed on e-commerce by certain customer, meaning what we need to make it so that only certain customers can buy a certain products but still can see them. So while Standard, you are saying that you want customers to see the product, but you don't want them to buy. So out of the box, that's not possible. It requires a customization. Simplest customization that I can do is onto the partner. You can create one many-to-many field. You can assign that, okay, these are the only product that customer can buy, right? So you can allow him these are the products he can buy, and onto the e-commerce on add to cart button, you just need to write a TF condition. If this product is in the buy list, then only add to cart button should appear, and you add TF and you are done. So it requires a small customization. Out of the box, it's not possible. Gerardo says, how can I contact you? I want to become a partner in Odoo, Mexico. Simple, Lopez, just call our main line and somebody will answer you. Simplest way. And they will put you in a main contact with the main person. So odoo.com/ contact us. From the contact us, just call and this number, which will ring our San Francisco office, and from there somebody will take over, and they will send you the right individual that will be responsible. Again, you can still go to our partner page. So on our website, you can go to the partner section and become a partner. So here, odoo.com. On odoo.com, on the website, go all the way to the bottom, and here become a partner. Become a partner, and become a partner. Just click this button and just fill this contact us. That's it. And somebody will assign a lead. If you want to get immediate answer, my best advice is to call in main line of Odoo, and somebody will be able to answer you, and somebody will be able to assist you immediately. Right. Next question. The Codiodine, he says, how to generate a stock report for each warehouse location. Thank you again. Pretty simple to generate a stock report. What stock for every location? You go to the inventory. Sorry, inventory, not accounting. You go inventory. My bad. Inventory. You go to locations. Locations. Either you can do inventory valuation by location. So you can go to report. You can find inventory valuation, and then you can group by location. So right now it's group by product, but instead if you want to group by location, you want to group by location. So now this is the inventory report for every different location by product in different location. That's simple. Now if you want to see in detail about every location, you can go to locations, open a location that you want to open, and then you say current stock. And this will show you the current stock of the product in that location. For this, there is no stock available. So let me open one more location where we have more stock available. So warehouse stock, under warehouse stock, if I say current stock, this will be my all stock for a given location. So that's how by warehouse, by location, you can do this if you want to do this. All right. Next question. While standard says, can we run multiple customer and instance on the same server? Oh yeah, definitely. While standard Odoo is all about multi-tenancy. So on a one server, you can run a multiple customer. Definitely, you can do that. That is possible. Turkish says, thanks, but sure, Turkish. If you have more question, please go ahead and ask. Well, Turkish is long-time friend of mine, so hi, Turkish again. Thank you for dropping by. All right. So next question is from Drame. He says, regarding MRP and inventory, when we make a product F1 from components, C1 and C1 has to run through work center that also allocates $100 per hour. The entry for each center is stock value, debit, and stock in credit. If you do this through a few cost centers, amounts debited and credited get quite large. So as it debits and credits for a full amount of inventory each time, is there a way to have a contra account for this? Drame, I did encounter this question earlier this month. What happens is the whole entry will be done by the whole transaction. There is no way of separating your entry for one work center or for one particular operation that you are doing or for one particular product. Everything will be aggregated and you will have only the full entry. While what you can do is, on the other hand, is on all the work center you can assign a analytic account, and for every work center that will do, it will create an analytic entry, and using the analytic entries you can generate manual entries for your accounting for a given work center, and you can debit and credit whatever account you want to credit. But out of the box, it will show as a one big entry, and it will not divide your entry into smaller pieces that you're expecting. Not out of the box as of now. So either you do customization or you use analytic account, because on every work center route you can define analytic accounts, and that analytic account will give you the cost of each work center, which in turn you can use to create a final journal entry as a full cost. So out of the box, it won't work like that. You have to use either workaround as an analytic account, or you have to develop something that fulfills that need that you have explicitly. Hamdi, sorry, next question is, I'm sorry. All right, next question is from Hamdi. He says, so Odoo, we cannot purchase full carton pieces and 5 pages in a one line. No, in a one line you cannot, because usually if you have seen our Odoo sales, under sales, if you were go to the sales, on every cell order line will have a unit of measure, and you have to select one unit of measure, and every one line will only have one unit of measure. You cannot define different unit of measure. That's not possible. So yes, you are right that in a one line we cannot allow that, because the way whole framework is designed to work, it's not going to happen. It's not possible. So if you want to sell a same product with a 2 different unit of measure on one quotation, very simple. You just add 2 lines and that satisfies your need. And if that is a very absolute requirement of your business, what you can do is you can add one more sell order line customization on top of the sell order line, where if they add a multi-bill of material line over there, you can write a code to transfer those multi-bill of material on the original line. So that way in the backend it will work as it is. Still your user will be able to configure multi-unit of measure. So with the customization, yes, you can do that, but out of box, no, you cannot. Because the way Odoo is designed is, the way Odoo works and design is this, that on sell order line, you have to select one product and one unit of measure. That's how it works. So Hamdi, I hope that answers your question. Himanshu, How do I set up? Next question is from Himanshu. How do I set up Odoo so that 5,000 users can use it smoothly? Himanshu, okay, if you have 5,000 users, just having 5,000 user is, of course, it's a problem. But just saying that you have 5,000 user is not the right measure. You have to identify how many concurrent user you will have at the peak time at a given point of time. So you have to find how many concurrent user will be there. Then you go to our Odoo documentation page. On Odoo documentation page, you have a deployment guide. Under deployment guide, you have something where you can calculate the worker and everything, and then you can you can derive the right number. But of course, you have 5,000 users. So let's say if you are saying 5,000 concurrent user, which is a huge number, and if you have 5,000 concurrent user, that is possible too. What you need to do is you need a software load balancer like Varnish or HA proxy. So what you need to do, you need a multiple Odoo server. Then you need to have a software load balancer, which can be HA proxy or Varnish. So between multiple Odoo server, you will have a Varnish load balancer running, which will load balance all the traffic to the different Odoo server, and different Odoo server will also connect it to your Postgres. And of course, you have to do the huge tuning of a Postgres, because Postgres is really powerful, but out of the box, it is not designed to work. It's not real. It will not show its real power. So you have to do real customization. And given that if you have 5,000 user, you might have to do, of course, PG pool, where you will create a streaming replica of a database. You will create a master slave of the Postgres using PG pool, and then you can do that. And if you want to take our expert framework advice, then you definitely can buy a partner success pack, and our framework and platform team will be able to help you in setting up whatever you need to set up. But in a nutshell, you need a software load balancer, you need multiple Odoo server probably, and you will need a streaming replica of a database for just a read and read write and all those different operations. Again, you need to find what is your concurrent number of concurrent user. When you say 5,000 concurrent, because I have one customer who has 10,000 user, but of course 10,000 is not in concurrent. They have a lot of e-commerce user, and e-commerce user is usually, a lot of things are cached in when it comes to e-commerce. So with the e-commerce user, let's say if you have 8-core CPU, if you have a 8-core CPU with 16 or 32 gig of RAM, with of course SSD, with a tuned database without streaming replica will serve. So Himanshu, you need to think about a lot of detail. Once you know all those detail, we can decide what exactly you want to do. Okay, so hope Himanshu that answers your question. Drame has a question. He has, my prior question should have added product category a real price and perpetual inventory. Should have added product category. I think product category has that thing already. You onto the product category, you can define a costing method, and product categories. On the product category, you can define. Yeah, I got your point that when you said costing method, yeah, it has to be a real time and perpetual inventory. So I got that immediately. So thanks for clarifying that though. But for a given routing, it's not possible. With every routing, you cannot drill that. So what you need to do is you always have to, you will always get a one big entry. You will not get a separated entry. So you have to use analytic account, as I said earlier, to get a smaller entry, and then you convert your analytic cost into journal entry. You can do that. Hamdi says, thank you for answer. Hamdi, sure. If you liked, stay tuned. Give some thumbs up, smiles. That's my energy. And we have more people joining after me. So if you have more questions, stay tuned. And of course, we will also do such sessions in the future more. So thanks guys for your support, and thanks for dropping by, and thank you so much for asking a question and being part of this. Rishabh, thank you. Rishabh, sure, I'm more than happy to answer your question. Turkesh has a question. He says, for manufacturing process, if there are this work order to complete a process and you're manufacturing 20 quantity. Now in a first work order you got rejection of 2 quantity, so logically only 8 quantity should go in a next work order. No meaning of forwarding rejected quantity. How can we handle this process in Odoo? So you saying that you only, so 2 quantity are rejected. So what you can do, Turkesh, probably is you can scrap the 2 quantity that is rejected. So rejection will go to the scrap, and then rest of will go to the manufacturing. So let's try to see. So let's say I'm producing this computer and I'm trying to produce 10 quantity. And then of course you can go and force it, but I'm going to raise an inventory for this one manually. But yeah, what you need to do is you need to scrap it, and once you scrap it, you can you can scrap 2 and you can take over the 8. That's the simplest thing you can do. Use the scrap feature. So you say, for example, let's say you did a quality check, and after quality check you realize that 2 these computers are scrapped, so are not good. So you send it to, I mean, it scrap in the sense, scrap is not actual scrap. You just send it to some location from where you're gonna use them. So you can send it to scrap location. So ideally you should be scrapping the product that you don't wanna use, you don't wanna consume. And then let's say if I need to raise an inventory to be able to make this available. So I'm going to raise an inventory of all of this product. So once you raise, then what you do is you just produce 8 and then you leave 8 as scrapped, and then you are done. That's how you will do it. Okay. Right. So I hope that answers your question. Simple again to recap. Scrap two which are failed, which have failed for your manufacturing, and then you just produce what is remaining, which is only 8. Right. So Turkesh, if that's not your answer, and if there's a follow-up, please write a follow-up in the chat, and we'll get back there. Courier Dean has a question. He says, is there a standard module for PLM and quality control for Odoo 9? Not how easy to migrate in Odoo? If not, how easy is out of the box, Courier Dean, there is no module available for quality check in Odoo in version 9. Migrating from version 9 to version 10 should be pretty easy, given that you don't have any customization. If you have your customization, then it can take a little time to prepare your migrations, your specific to your need of migration scripts. But yeah, migrating from version 9 to version 10 can be easy, and it all depends on how much you have customized. Our migration team they're already expert in doing this, because they're doing this from 2 years now. So migrating version 9 to the version 10, when I say expert, they have matured the process. So migrating from version 9 to version 10 should be easy. There should not be a problem. So best advice, migrate. That's the best advice that I can give you. version 11 when it release, yeah, you can do that, but once we release version 11, it will take 2 to 3 months to prepare a migration script that can work with a migration of 10 to 11. We do not write a script to migrate from X version, so from one version to 10th version. We do not write that script. We always jump one hop at a time. So if you are going to migrate, if you are planning to migrate to version 11, well, then best advice is to start now, get migrated to version 10, then use version 10, and by the time you master version 10, version 11 will be stable and migration scripts are ready. So after 1 year, you can migrate to version 11. And since you already have migrated to version 10, migrating to version 11 should not create a big hassle. So best advice is go with the migration, talk to our mainline phone number that I gave you up there, and talk to our sales representative to see how, or probably if you're already existing customer, then call your account manager or customer success manager, and they will be able to help you. Himanshu has a question. He says, how do we call XML RPC from .NET environment? Is there any documentation for this? Himanshu, there is no documentation, specific documentation how to call XML RPC from .NET environment. But Himanshu, I gave you example earlier today that you go to Odoo GitHub. There is already such module created. Odoo created Outlook plugin designed in a .NET that works, and it has a working API. So if you are a .NET expert, what you can do is you can go to github.com/odoo/odoo, and then switch to version 7. And in version 7, go to the add-ons directory. Under add-ons directory, there is a module called Outlook plugin, and that Outlook plugin, you can take that Outlook plugin and you can import that as a project in your .NET Studio and Visual Studio, and it should work. And over there, you will be able to dissect the code, and you should be able to read the code. Given that you already know how .NET works. But in version 7, we already have such a example that works. I'm just showing that on my screen. So if you are following feed of YouTube, then you should be able to see the same. Again, under .NET, you have to use XML RPC cookbook library. So there is XML RPC cookbook library that you have to import in your .NET project. So in Outlook, plugin Outlook, here in plugin Outlook, there is a static Outlook plugin, and this is the whole project that you can go to Outlook plugin. And Outlook plugin, you will have all those form properties and everything, All right, so that answers your question, Himanshu. Diego, thank you so very much. Diego, sure, if you like this thing, stay tuned, and we have this session going on whole day, whole rest of the day. So stay tuned and ask questions. We have more functional people going to start a session after me. So if you have more functional question, probably functional consultant will be able to answer it more in detail. Again, I am a developer at Odoo here, San Francisco office. So I'll try to answer your functional questions as much as I understand. All right. Next question is from Himanshu. He says, widget equal to many tags. I add through 3 records. How may I have on change event? That is, I'm checking that which record got added. Himanshu, yeah, in that case, if which record is get added or deleted, it's stored into your environment cache, in a record cache. So in the record, the current record set will always give you the current value that is selected in your many-to-many. While in your records set, there'll be a variable called cache underscore cache, and in that variable there will be a cache data, which will be a stale data, old data. So you can compare old data and new data, and then you get the difference, what is added or what is removed, right? So Himanshu, that's your answer. Yeah, Himanshu, as I explained, check your record sets cache. Cache will have a stale data, and that stale data will give you that. Keen says, how do I configure profit center accounting in Odoo 10? Again, I don't understand what do you mean by profit center accounting. Probably this seems to be a very specific question. If you could write a more detail about profit center accounting, probably I'm sure there's something that we might have. And if this is something related to certain country, then in next version we are focusing on localization of lot of American countries, as well as India, as well as lot of North Asian countries, North and West Asian countries. So stay tuned. There will be a lot of customer localization coming on, and if this is not about specific country, and if there's something generic, then give me more detail, and then I'll be able to help you. Himanshu Mittal has a question again. He says, on e-commerce, even if a variant is not available or not in stock, it still shows up there. Is there a way out of box functionality that we hide a variant type which is not available? Very simple, Himanshu. Just go and delete that variant, and it will say that that variant is not available. So simplest thing is, as you could follow me on the screen, you go to sales, product. Given that you have multi-variant enable, alright, so this is the product, for example, and for this product, let's say there are 3 variants right now, but let's say you don't sell, let's say you don't have a 16 gigabyte black, you don't have black, so you can go and you can delete this variant, delete, and then it will say it's not available, so it won't be able to do that. Right, so now once we delete this one variant, whenever you will go onto the website, it will say this is not available. Now if you say that you just don't want to show that variant as an even an option out of box, you cannot do that. It's a customization. How out of box work is this, that you delete a variant, right? You delete a variant, but this is already shipped and done, so we cannot delete this one, because this has, of course, associated products to that. But I can generate new variants. That's not a problem. But simple thing, if you don't sell variant, just delete a variant, and that's how it will work. And if you just don't want to show it, then you have to do customization to not show that option that we do not sell. But out of box, Odoo is pretty, I think it works pretty clean, because when let's say 32, right? And if you don't have that, and it just crosses out and it always says product not available, and you cannot add that to cart. So this, to me, this works pretty clean. But if you, let's say, when you select a 32, you literally don't want to show black, then you have to do customization. As in generic product, we cannot customize this, because this is considered to be a very specific requirement, and of course we cannot reach every single corner when we are designing a generic product. So this is a customization that you have to do. Right. Wally has he wrote a code, and he's here with the feedback. He says, so he write a piece of code here. He says new Odoo API. He is executing. Oh, Wally, you do not execute a workflow in Odoo. We do not have a workflow. This is object method. So you will call not execute workflow. You will say just execute, not execute workflow, just execute. In version 10, we do not have a workflow anymore. In version 10, workflows are deleted, and in version 10, workflows will be deprecated. So there won't be any workflow engine anymore in version 11. In version 10, they are already dropped. No object out of box comes with a workflow in Odoo. So Wally, Do not say execute workflow, just say execute. And account invoice, open 9. Akin, Hamdi, thanks for your thumbs up. That's my fuel, and that keeps me going. So thanks for your likes and that for your feedback. Jean Felipe has a question. He says, hey, can I create a route so that when I receive a specific product in my warehouse, product goes to specific location? Yes, Jean Felipe, you go to the route, and then when you purchase, you have to modify a push rule. So when you define a push rule, what happens is push rule will push your inventory into different location where you want to get it pushed, right? So yes, go to the route, and on the route you have two section, push rule and the pull rule. So define a push rule for incoming product. Drame has a question. Can you mention any big changes between Odoo 10, SAS 14, 15 and 16? What models are most adjusted? 14, 15, 16 SAS version, like 14, there won't be any SAS 16 because version 11 will be SAS 16 probably. That's my guess, given the timeline that we already have, because SAS 15 is already frozen. Let me see if SAS 16 is already, if it already time-stamped, then we will have a SAS 16. So yes, we will have a SAS 16. So big changes that I can tell you, Jean Felipe, could be, for example, we don't have a shipping Tamendo which is dropped. So if you have a shipping Tamendo module, we don't have. Bank reconciliation will be very improved. Localization, there will be huge changes in localization. So if you are in South American countries, South America section, from let's say Mexican localization, it has been changed huge. There's a big change in Mexican localization. We have partnered with our partner company, and they have helped us doing a lot of localization. So Mexican localization is one of the big change that you will have. All the integration, text cloud integration is going to be improved. So we are working on the improvement. All the shipping connectors, of course, will be improved also. They will have improvement. Accounting will also have smaller or bigger improvements, of course, added. And localization and website. Website will have a lot of different way of designing your website. More templates, more cleaner website, more SEO feature. All those smaller parts, small sections are added. So Drame, there are huge list of these. There is always a release note. Let me see if I can find a release note and I can share with you. Probably what you want to do is you want to go to Odoo News blog, and in Odoo News blog, usually for every SaaS version there will be a release note, and that release note will contain all teeny tiny details that you need to know. But yeah, always there will be a blog when every time SaaS version is released, there will be a blog written, and the blog will have all the details written. So you probably want to follow the blog for every single line of detail. Right. So next question is from Turkesh. He said, if I don't have work order, scrap works, but if I have follow multiple work orders, scrap is not used on the first. As on the first, without it will not allow scrap. Yeah, it seems there were very specific case Turkesh here. So what you can do is you just produce 8 and you just probably leave. Let me see what we can do is, let me try to see if we can add more dimension to this. Or probably another workaround that I can suggest you right now is, once you finish your manufacturing order, you do not send your manufacturing to the stock. You send your all manufacturing to the quality check location, and from the quality check location, you whatever is good you move to stock, and whatever is bad you move to the scrap location or any other location. So it's a post manufacturing process that you can use as a workaround. I'm not sure directly from manufacturing order if we could scrap two or more product. The simplest workaround is, when you manufacture, do not send your manufactured quantity to the stock location. Rather, send it to some different internal location, which is quality check, for example, and then you can use that. So Turkesh, that's what you want to do. I hope that answers your question. Himanshu Mittal has a question. He has, if we have one server and we need to deploy 15,000 Odoo server servers, which way should we set up? Himanshu, this seems to be very specific question. When you say you have one Odoo server and you need to deploy 15,000 Odoo server, do you really want to deploy 15,000 Odoo server? It seems okay. You have more detail. He says 15,000 Docker. Do we have a limit of 5 to 6K TCP available ports? So what should be the best way to set up 15,000? Well, Himanshu, this is very odd thing that I'm hearing for first time, that you have to deploy 15,000 Odoo server, because we have never seen anything like that. But Himanshu, what I can suggest to you is to just deploy a limited Odoo server and use a software load balancer like HA proxy or Varnish to load balance your traffic to the limited Odoo server. So I can understand that you have limited TCP port and you cannot do that. But I mean, when you say you have a limited TCP port, I mean, TCP port usually will go to 56,565 probably. So you should have 15,000 TCP port open from 10,000 plus. Usually there are less application that uses 10,000 plus TCP port. Of course, I can imagine you might have some program doing that for you or similar. So it is very specific case that you are into right now. So if you think you don't have a port, then use a software load balancer. And if you ideally there should be that many port open, and if you have a port open, then use a port open. Okay, Valley has a question. He says, how can we download Open Outlook application? There is no download button. Valley, it doesn't work for version 8 or something, but what you could do is go to github.com and download version 7 branch. So you could go to github.com/odoo/odoo and then switch to version 7 and then download the branch. So switch to version 7 right here, and then you just download the zip and extract, and in the extracted zip you will have all the code written over there. You will with the add-ons you will get the Outlook plugin, right? So get the whole zip of the folder. With this one be larger than 80 megabytes or something. It should be 80 megabytes or something. So you should be able to download this pretty quickly. All right, we have a question from Juan Carlos. Hey Juan, he says, hey, how to configure and route using transit location to send products from warehouse A to warehouse B. The existing example is intercompany warehouse. Look for intercompany warehouse transit predefined rule. Whenever you will do intercompany warehouse rule, the intercompany warehouse rule will have that thing pre-set up. So use that as a baseline, because intercompany rule does the same thing. It transfer one location from one transit location to another transit location. In a short word, what I can say you is create a location which is a transit location. So under your inventory, location, under location define a transit location, and then you can do move between the transit location, right? So I hope that answers your questions right there. So the next question is from Rodina Kareva. He says, how can I set up Odoo website as a membership site? Oh, I mean, what you need to install a membership product. Once you install a membership, what you can do under membership is you can create a membership product, and then you can publish your membership product. So you, under configuration, you will be able to create a membership product. So under configuration, you see these are the membership products. So basic membership, gold membership, silver membership. And once you publish this product onto the shop, you could buy a membership. And of course, every membership will have start and end date, and then every product based on the purchase membership, they will have a different membership, different membership level, and then you can define their start and end of a membership, fee to buy a membership, and all those different things. So for membership, you want to install a membership module, and then you just create membership product, and that answers everything. Jean Philippe, I hope that answers your question. If you have more questions, stay tuned, and we have more people after me who will be continuing this session for a whole rest of the day. All right. Himanshu has a question. He says, 2 variants, but in case 10 properties, it gets difficult to find which product variant is actually available. Himanshu, it seems to be a very specific case, so my advice will be to do the customization, to do not show variant that is not available. You can write a small piece of JavaScript code to do this. All right. So that answers your question right there. Then we have a question from Radina. Again, he says, how can I set up a website as a membership? I already tell you. And then he says, meaning that I have to show information that all portal users can read. In additional, I want to be able to show a contain only pay to membership connection. Oh yeah, Radina, what you can do is you can define this membership, right? So let's say if there is certain content to be seen by them, what you could do is you can use a digital product. You can set up as a digital product also. So you can, after you set up as a membership product, you go to the sales, you go to the product, right? And then you find a membership. So let's say this basic membership, right? And what you can do is you can put a document into attachment. So like you see this Alice in Wonderland product, it's a digital content actually. So you say this can be sold, and then you do attachment of the document that you want them to read, right? So once they buy this product, in their portal they can go to their seller order, and from the seller order they can download the document that you want them to read. So it's like selling a digital content of a membership. But let's say after a certain date you don't want them to download the content or some similar like that, then we don't have that. You have to customize that okay, customer has bought a book and they can read that book on your website, but after a certain date they cannot read a book on a website. But as of now we don't have anything like that. So best advice is to develop such feature that use a digital product and they cannot download digital product after their membership is expired. So you can write a small piece of code to do not allow downloading a content or do not allow accessing a content after a certain membership is expired. So you want to use a membership product with a small customization to do this. So Radina, I hope this answers your questions. Next question again from Himanshu. He says, how do we know such Odoo live sessions are happening? I have lots of detailed query which is not available to be answered in a community mail chain. Himanshu, as of now we started this as an experiment, and we are still, we are progressing and we are trying to learn. But usually we are trying to do this on Fridays. So stay tuned over the Fridays, and or probably Odoo Twitter or similar medium where we will broadcast that we are going to do this session. But as of now, I don't have any calendar date that I can tell you that we are going to do this today or tomorrow. So my best guess is to check Odoo website as often as you can, mostly on Fridays. Turkesh, thanks Turkesh for your feedback. We need your we need your feedback. Your feedback is most valuable. Valley, it worked. Yes, Valley. It's pretty simple. Now you got hang of it. What you need to do is you just need to find a different method on different object, and you will be the boss. So great job. So stay tuned, and if you have more questions, pour in the questions. Himanshu, will socket programming can help reroute? Himanshu, I'm sorry, I'm not tuned to the I'm not getting your question fully right now. When you say reroute, what you want to reroute? All right, next question is from Nelson. How can I track things like a lot number associated with each product I see? Lot numbers, I mean, tracking a lot number is pretty simple. You go to onto the lot number and you have a traceability, so you can follow the traceability of the of particular lot number. We have that available. That is in report. So for example, if I go to inventory and under, sorry, I did land in the sales. I didn't mean that. I need to go into, and sorry if I'm not looking into camera because my screen is right there, so I'm trying to, while I'm demoing, I'm trying to focus on the screen. So inventory, under inventory operations, sorry, inventory control, under inventory control there will be lots and serial is not enabled, so I have to enable, of course, lot and serial. And once you enable lot and serial, you can go to lot serial number, and serial number has upstream and downstream traceability. So you see, track lots and serial number. Once I enable that, that menu will come up. So right now I'm trying to answer Nelson's question. He says, how can I track things like lot number associated with each product? So for that you have to enable lot tracking on onto sales setting, inventory control. You will have a lot and serial number coming up. So you have lot and serial number. Once you have lot and serial number available, Nelson, you can go to a traceability and you can find a traceability of this. So these are all serial numbers. For you can filter by product, of course, here, and then you can say, okay, give me up or down traceability of this. What happened with the serial number? So you click a traceability, and then you can, trace it by the operation. So you click a traceability right here, and it will show like what happens. You see when you open this product, right now it's showing the down traceability. You can do the up traceability. So you see, this is what happened with this product. You can change it to up traceability if you want to change the up traceability, and that's how you can trace what happened to this, right? So that's how you can figure out every single. You can track every single lot serial number associated to the product, and you can find a detailed traceability from manufacturing or from the lot number or from the product. It's pretty simple and self-explanatory in terms of understanding how it works. All right, Nelson, I hope that answers your question. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name incorrect. Himanshu has a follow-up question. He says, also, we want to deploy all Odoo instances on one server. As an idea is we don't want to put complete load on one Postgres. So instead of subdomain DB filtering, I was thinking to isolate Docker instead of everything. Himanshu, 15,000 Odoo instances is insane. I mean, I think we also don't have a 15,000 Odoo instance. I mean, that's the first time that I'm seeing, like, we have millions of customers, but we don't have such a massive setup. So probably you I can understand your question that you are scaling it super large, but you don't need to scale that super large. You want to scale it smaller, and then you can do it. That is possible. You have to use a software load balancer. You can put all the Odoo instances onto one server. I mean, putting 15,000 Odoo instances of one server, for that you have to have, I imagine, a huge, gigantic server running behind you to make that possible. But again, this can be very theoretical question. But yeah, the thing that where the last part you said, is using a subdomain DB filtering. Use DB filtering. Use multi-tenancy, because that is the best way of doing it. Instead of running for every single customer running one instance, it's not a good idea. Using multi-tenancy is a better idea instead. So that's my advice. Use multi-tenancy. If there are too many concurrent user, you can introduce multiple Odoo server, and if you have multiple Odoo server, you can of course use HA proxy too. And let's say if you are only going to deploy only Odoo server onto one server, I'm sure that you will have 15,000 ports open. There's no question that if you are only deploying Odoo server on a given Linux server, then you will have 15,000 open ports available. So it is possible. He says, all right, he has more feedback to what we are discussing. So the only challenge which I thought was limiting TCP port available. So just trying to lay off a scale architecture. Use limit TCP port. Again, as I said, Odoo server can be configured on a large server to run on a lot of big resource. You don't need to consume all TCP server, because if you will run too many Odoo server with the cron onto one server, then you will exhaust your server uselessly. So it's not any good idea to actually create a huge server pool where there are tons of server running to fighting a resource. That's a bad idea. That's not how Odoo server works. Rather, you want to use Odoo multi-processing feature, and you want to use a multi-processing configuration, and use a multi-tenancy feature to host everybody onto same server, and then you can use a subdomain. Of course, if you don't want to use subdomain, then you can write Nginx rules to traffic to reroute traffic from certain URLs to a certain database. That's quite possible. So you can do that. That's possible. So I hope that answers your question. That's a really good question. That's really that's the way you are thinking is not the way Odoo works. Odoo works in a multi-tenancy. So for every single customer, you don't want to deploy 15,000 instances. That's a bad idea. Rather, you want to use a multi-tenancy by running only one server and maximum hosting the client, and then when you max out, run one more Odoo server, and then reroute traffic using software load balancer like HA proxy or HA proxy or Vanish. Jean Felipe, it was perfect. Thank you, Jean. Great. I'm glad that I'm able to answer your question. Alessandro says hello from Argentina. Hey, hello from San Francisco. In fact, here. So, if you're joining in right now, we are doing a live Odoo support where I'll try to answer all your questions. If you have a very specific case, very specific business case study or bug or something, then I won't be able to answer that because that requires a detailed analysis. But you can ask. I'll try what I can do. If no, then you go to odoo.com/help, and we will be able to answer you in detail. Nelson says awesome. Thank you, Nelson. Great. I hope that I'm glad that it worked for you. The Coredin, he says, how do I set up mail from my domain which is not Gmail? Coredin, if you have email server which can be Gmail, which can be your own email server, which can be, let's say, third-party email server, you go to settings. You go to settings. Under settings, you have incoming and incoming email server, and over there you will set up your incoming server. So that's where you will do the email. All right, he has more feedback. He says the email that I have added in the past failed due to the server rejecting it. Uh, Coradine, this seems to be a very specific case. I don't have all the detail of your case right now. So my advice is to write a support ticket, odoo.com/help, and they will be able to dig into detail, and then they will be able to tell you if it's a Odoo problem or it's something that you have to do on the email server side or similar. Because there are a lot of different providers who has a problem working with Odoo because of their configuration problem on their end. They have a problem doing this. So where we will suggest them, oh, go and check your email server. They have this problem. So write us an help ticket and we will be able to help you in detail. Himanshu says, but as I know, only 5K secure ports. Himanshu, in that case, as I said, what you are doing is not advised. Do not run 15,000 instance. It's a bad idea. It's something that is not advised. Use a multi-tenancy feature of Odoo, because in our SaaS we have millions of users and we use multi-tenancy and it works like a charm. So what you are doing is not advised. You do multi-tenancy. Alessandro says, hello from Mexico. Alessandro, hello from San Francisco, and bring up your questions. We are doing live support Odoo here. Earlier today we had our colleague from Belgium who did it for 8 hours. Right now I'm doing it, and once I finish after an hour, after half an hour, there'll be more people following me, finishing the whole day with the session. So stay tuned, keep asking your question. We want your questions because it's important. Himanshu says, Himanshu has more questions. He says, so you want me to, no, I'm not saying, Himanshu, to put all the load completely on one server. See, again, my question is, how many concurrent user you have? That's where the whole question answer relies. Yes, at a certain point, I meant that put all the load on one server, but one server will have enough juice, enough configuration that you have to configure that it can serve all of them. If no, then what you need to do is you need to run 2 Odoo server, and then you need to use a load balancer if one server is not enough. So do not create so many Odoo instances and exhaust your server. Rather, just create one instance and put as much traffic as that server can take. Once that is exhausted, create another server and then use a load balancer. That's what basic idea that I meant to say. Diego, saludos from Venezuela. Hi from San Francisco. I'm so much happy that we have so many people coming from all around the world, probably from India, from Venezuela, from Argentina, Mexico, United States, and whatnot, different countries. So thank you guys for stopping by. I can imagine that for a lot of you people, it's already midnight. And thanks for your great support and helping us do this for you. And we are more than delighted to help you on this. All right, let's continue the questions, because my questions queue is always filling, which is really good. That way we always have something new to learn and something more to answer. Hassan Khan has a question. He says, is it possible to tell the question concept and use analytic accounts? Apart from analytic accounts, is there other use case of analytic account? Hassan Khan, yes, there are a lot of use of analytic accounting. Analytic account, in generic, I'm telling you, analytic account can be used on sales. Analytic account can be used on manufacturing. Analytic account can be used onto your payroll. Analytics account can be used on HR timesheet, HR leaves. An analytic account can be used on project task, project timesheet. Analytic account can be used into subscription management. So there are so many different places where you can use a subscription analytic accounting. Analytic accounting is very critical component. If you get hang of it, how to use. If you have a person who can explain you how to use an analytic accounting, you can get a lot of different things out of it. For example, let's say, what is my cost of production? You want to know your cost of production by machine, by work center. You can know if you want to know what is the cost of one project. You can define a project is actually analytic account, so you can define a project. If you want to know analytic account of your sales, you can also do analytic accounting of your sales. So there are a lot of different places you can use that. There's tons of different places where analytic account can be used. See, analytic account is equivalent to accounting, but accounting is a two-sided entry, where analytic account is single-sided entry, positive and negative. That's how it's maintained. And analytic account will only give you simplest information, that this is positive, then it's your profit, and negative, that means it's cost to your company. So let's say if there's a project and there's a lot of people working on the project, a lot of people are doing timesheet, then you want to know what is cost of this project to my company. Then you can find cost of your project using analytic accounting. Then let's say you are selling a lot of things. For a different product, you want to know the analytic cost. What is cost of my different selling product? Then you can set up analytical cost onto the analytic account on the salary line, and then you can get the cost of sales using analytic account. Same you can do on the accounting. Same you can do onto the leaves. Let's say if some employee is taking leave, how much leaves he is taking, you can use analytic account and cost associated to that to find that out. There are so many different places that it can be used, and it can be really powerful if you put it into right action. Himanshu has more follow-up. He says, nice to hear your thoughts. So perfect setup should be one Odoo server, Nginx, for reverse proxy, subdomain filtering, but to handle the load via load balancer. Again, Himanshu, I'm coming to the same point. How many concurrent users you have? The one thing that you need to do math in your brain is how many concurrent users you will have. Then you go to odoo.com/documentation, odoo.com/documentation/10.0 or 11.0, whatever you want to use. You can use any documentation that you like, or SAS 14, SAS 15. You just write a version name and you will have the documentation. Under that documentation, there is a guide called Deploying Odoo. Under Deploying Odoo, there is a worker formula. The formula will tell you how many worker. For example, here you can see that one worker is equal to 6 concurrent user, right? One worker equal to 6 concurrent user, which is not actually your 15,000 user. Let's say out of 15,000 user, you only have 100 concurrent user as a peak time, right? Hypothetically, let's say. Then you just want to say 10 by 6, and that's your worker formula, and that's how large server you need, right? So it depends what exactly your end users will be doing, and what will be your traffic. And of course, Odoo itself is not going to give you the full power. Yes, Odoo itself can handle all this traffic, but let's say if you do not tune your Postgres, well, then I cannot help you, because your Postgres is not optimized to serve. So a lot of dependency, because this is all about data. ERP is all about data. At the bottom, your Postgres has to be super fast and tuned to be able to work correctly. So you have to tune your Postgres correctly to get the maximum out of Odoo, and of course you have to also tune your Odoo to get the maximum out of Odoo server. So you have to tune both of them correctly. And yes, you can introduce a load balancer to distribute traffic between a lot of different Odoo server. Like we have one of the customer who has 300,000 user, and it's the place where we do such kind of deployment. So if you have such a requirement, of course you do this such setup, right? Himanshu, yes, you can definitely add a Docker into this to optimize. You can introduce one more Docker, and then you can say your software load balancer that we also have a Docker now where it listens to traffic. So definitely, yes. Let's say you have one regular Odoo server running, then you have Docker running, and then you want to introduce Docker to your load balancer. Of course, you can do that. You can tell your load balancer, okay, we have now 2 Odoo server running, one here and one in the Docker. Diego says, long time waiting, something like this. Diego, great to hear that you like this, and goodbye to WordPress and WooCommerce. Diego, yes, that's a long-term goal. If we can do that, do this with the help of a great community and great partner channel, uh, we can conquer all of this. So thanks for your feedback and thanks for your support. We really appreciate it. How do I use Odoo to log emails in Discuss module I send through Outlook? How do I use Odoo to log emails in Discuss module I sent? Well, Coding, what you want to do is you want to do the setup of fetch mail, and you want to fetch every single email that goes outside, and then it will log all those email in Odoo. And then you can create email alias for your for your chatter for your Discuss. So all the email that comes from different from that account will go to one email alias. In Odoo we have email alias, so you can do that. He says I use CRM that uses using a Dropbox link. Coding, again, as I said, use a fetch mail. In the fetch mail, if you will see towards the bottom, let me quickly show you. Towards the in a fetch mail towards the bottom in the incoming email server, towards the bottom part of the screen, there is one thing that says create a new record. So every time when you receive a record, you want to create a new record on mail.message or Discuss, you can create a new record and you can log all the email from certain account in Odoo if you want to do that. All right, so that I hope that answers your question. Next question is from Ivan Browney. He says, hey Ivan, he says, we currently have a web store that takes around 1500 products order a day, single item that we want to automatically allocate stock. We also need to trade orders that can be single order with hundreds of items on there. Are we able to manually allocate the stock of those order, or can we set up rules of allocation? Ivan, there are two things that I read here. You said you are getting stocks from the website and you are getting all these orders, and then you want to either automatically allocate it, or you want to can we set up rules? So yes, you can set up rules if you want to allocate a stock. What you can do is you can create different routes, and for a different product you can say, okay, this product is going from this route and this product is going from this route, and these different routes actually will take stock from different location, because in a routes, in inventory under routes. Now let me tell you, routes, it's not a simple configuration. It is a complex configuration. It requires some amount of work, but I'm showing you quickly here how it can look like. So let's say this is one route that you want to take product from. Instead of stock location, let's say you want to take product from different location, then you can take it from different location here. Like instead of stock, if you want to take it from different location, you can define different location. Same way, you can define a multiple routes, and then you can assign this different multiple route to the different product, so that every time when the product is taken, it will always follow that route, and your product can be taken from different location, right? So that will justify the whole configuration that you want to do. And if you want to define a manual stock, definitely you can define a manual stock. You can go to the what you can do is it will follow the default route, right? And let's say, and then it will make your product available. But let's say if that is not good for you, you can always unreserve it. And then what you can do is you can assign it from different location if you want to assign it from different location. So let me pick this example right here. Right, this is not stockable. It is a service product, so it has a project associated to that. This is also a service product. But Ivan, it's basically what you could do is you can define a default route which will make a default reservation. But let's say default reservation is not good for you. What you can always do is you can go and unreserve it, and you can do your manual reservation if you want to do manual allocation of the stock. So in Odoo you have both possibility. It's your business requirement, your choice. If you have such a human human resources available to manually do the stock assignment, then you're definitely open to make that choice. So let's say this is a stockable product. When I confirm it, right? it will create a delivery order. So there is one delivery order, and let's just say that this stock, if this is in the stock, then it will automatically, this is waiting for availability, but I'm forcefully assigning it, right? So you should not do actually force availability ever. You should not use it, because it can be really it can really ruin your inventory. So probably you want to be careful about using a force availability, but I just used it to make it available. So right now, as you could see, right now your stock is assigned from the stock location, right? But let's say you don't want to take it from the stock and you want to take from some different location, then you can do the reservation, right? You can unreserve this and you can start from the beginning if you want to start from the beginning. And actually, Ivan, in your case, what I would recommend is start using a barcode like this. Use a barcode like this. If you use a barcode like this, the barcode will give you let you scan a location, and it will let you scan a product and everything, so that you can scan everything. So use a barcode, and you have this automated actions like this available. If you could see on my screen, that you can validate, and you can edit, you can do the next and previous, you can move your stock from different location just by scanning the location. So you can use such feature if you want to use a such feature. All right, so that's your answer. All right, next question is from Himanshu. He says, so do we have any documentation which tells you do we tune Postgres or Odoo the best way? Well, Odoo tuning is, you go to deployment guide, and whatever you see is enough for you to understand how to optimize your Odoo server. Postgres tuning, of course, we are not a Postgres expert, so we won't be able to help you on doing how to tune your Postgres. You need to hire some Postgres expert to do this. So probably you will need to hire a Postgres expert to achieve this. All right. So we don't have any documentation on how to tune your Postgres, but we have documentation on how to tune Odoo. Go to this deploying Odoo guide, and you will have all the details over there. So next question, again, continual question from Himanshu. He says, when you say two Odoo servers, how do they share data, as they two should be different entities? And well, Himanshu, what happens is when you run Odoo server talks to a database, and when in Odoo configuration file, you have to tell that this server will talk to this database, right? So you will configure that database name, and then you can, when you are running two Odoo server, you can say, okay, both Odoo server talks to one Postgres server, and then you can create a streaming replica of PG pool onto Postgres, so that Postgres will load balance the traffic that is coming from two server into two different replicated databases. Then Ivan, Himanshu, I hope that answers your question. Then he has more question. Actually, he says part of a 1 DB, so that reporting stock valuation can be done correctly, or did I miss? Again, Himanshu, as I said, multiple Odoo server can talk to same database. They will usually talk to the same database. So all Odoo server is fetching or writing the same kind of a data, right? But you don't want to, you don't want multiple. There is a lot of complexity to this. I mean, to be practical, that let's say you have two load balance server, and then one load balance server is just let's say both load balance server is writing a data into one database right now, and there could be concurrency issue going on. So what you probably want to do is create a master slave, and you create a master slave to talk to each other, divert traffic to the slave, and lot of different thing can be done. There's a lot of different possibilities that can be done here. Then Ivan has a question, say, can this be based off customer? So Ivan, let me see. Yeah, it can be based on the customer. If you want to do based on the customer, if you see onto the incoming email server, there was another field called filter. There was another field called server action. So what you can do is you can also trigger a server action to do so, right? So you can write a server action to divert, to move your traffic into different direction. So there is a lot of different possibility that you could do. All right, and it seems that all the questions are answered. I don't have any open question right now. Uh, we will be ending our session in 5 minutes.
Switching consultants.
And yeah, there will be a new consultant will be joining after me. So we will be back in probably 5 or 10 minutes. So if you have more questions, let your questions pour in when next consultants join. So probably since I have no question and this is right time to swap myself with another person, So that's all from me, and I will be signing off for now for today. And thank you all for thanks all for your support and showing up and asking your questions. Thank you so much, and that will be all from me today. Done. And I poured tea on fucking myself. Shit.
Great, thank you all for joining us. Just bear with us for a few minutes. We will get our next consultant in here. She will pick up where Jigger left off in about 10 minutes. So I'm just going to fade to black for a moment. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I just want to introduce our new consultant, Renee Carano, my colleague. She'll be taking over for Jigar, and she'll be answering questions from now until about 2 o'clock when we will have another consultant coming in. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Renee, and she will take it from here. Let me just switch the camera over.
Hi guys, so I am a functional consultant here at Odoo, and I'm excited to answer all of your functional questions, and I think we've got one already kind of in the queue from OLabs, and that one is about pick, pack, and ship. So I'm going to jump over to the screen, and I'm going to go to our demo.odoo.com database. And this will load momentarily. And you can always access this database by just going to demo.odoo.com. And I'm going to jump over to our inventory module here. I'm going to make sure we have all of our settings ticked correctly. So I'm going to our inventory settings under configuration in the purple bar. And here I'm going to say that we're going to manage some warehouses and maybe add some advanced routes here and apply. And this will load again momentarily. And now I'm going to jump back over into our inventory application. Go to configuration warehouses. I'm going to select one of these warehouses, and you'll see here we've got a handful of options that have appeared, including incoming shipments and outgoing shipments. So if we wanted to have a two-step receipt, we can say on incoming shipments, put in an input location and then go to stock. And if we wanted a three-step receipt, we can say upload to our input location, go to a quality control checkpoint, and then be admitted into stock, so that it's a three-step process here. And the same goes for outgoing shipments. So you have this option on this warehouse to ship directly, so you have one delivery order that's created. You can say pick and ship, which will create like 2 orders for you. And then we've also got pick, pack, and ship here, and so that means that there will be 3 orders created, and you will see that on your sales order. When you make your sales order, you'll have 3 little delivery trucks in the upper right-hand corner. So we have a question from Roel. I have a sales order for 5 items. Odoo creates a purchase order for the 5 at company A. What if I want to buy 3 from company A and 2 from company B without losing the link to the sales order? So that's a good question. So you can set that up in a couple of different ways. If we go to our products, and say we have these Apple in-ear headphones, and we want these to be make to order by, so that means every time we sell it, we also procure it, so it has an RFQ created for it. So you'll make sure under inventory, you'll tick make to order and buy, and then you have down here your vendors. So this is where this will come in on if you get those 5 items and where you purchase them from. So if on this product, AzuzTech is here up at the top, that means our RFQ will be created to AzuzTech. If on a separate product we have Delta PC at the top, that means that that RFQ will be created for Delta PC. So you can have one sales order with 5 products that you're selling, and have 5 make-to-order products there, and have those go to essentially 5 different vendors. Now it's so that's how you would set up your buy make to order for vendors, and if you can always readjust these if needed by just clicking these little like crosses here on the side and moving these up and down to adjust the ordering of these. So to always take the first one here. So we have one from Christia. So this question says, I paid for the module help desk, but I don't understand where to download the module for installation. So first things first, you're going to need access to things like settings and your apps. So if we go here to our main page, we'll see this application for apps. I'm going to select this. And then here we have our search bar, and I'm going to search for help. And here we have our help desk. If this was not installed, there would be a little install button here, and we would just click that. But for this database, it is installed, so that button does not appear. But that's how you would install that. We've got another one from RioKale1. I have a sale order with 8 hours of work, a service product invoiced based on delivered quantity. The developer uses 16 hour on the task, but I decide I only want to invoice on 10 hours. So because this is something that would be kind of a manual decision of we're only going to charge 10 hours instead of the 16 hours we actually billed, I would recommend doing this in kind of a manual approach and saying on that invoice just changing the quantity since it was a human decision that needed to be made. So we have one here from MKZ, and he says he's already a software company. How do I become an Odoo partner? So the best way to handle that is if you have a account manager currently, give them a call and they'll point you in the right direction. You can also always give our Odoo phone line a call, which you can find on our contact page, and just give us a call and we'll put you in the right direction for who you need to talk to become a partner. And then we have another question here saying, hi, I have a problem. My app in Odoo Studio crashes the server. Unfortunately, I'm not a technical person, so I can't kind of help you out with why your server is crashing. However, if you have a problem, you can always send a ticket over to odoo.com/help, and they'll be able to assist you. There's also, if you're an Odoo client, you can always contact your account manager, and they will be able to assist you with any issues that you have. And we do have Spanish speakers on staff here, and so there's definitely somebody to help you if needed. So we have another question here about but I want to buy the same product from multiple suppliers, not 5 separate products. So this is about, again, the make to order buy. So that's a bit of a trickier situation. Typically what I would do is suggest that the person who's the buyer makes a decision themselves and creates that, goes ahead and creates that PO manually. There are some options on minimum quantity. So I know this is not exactly the question that you're asking, but this is something that's kind of interesting if we're on the topic of make to order buy. So if, for instance, we have a minimum quantity of 10 to Delta PC, and Delta PC is our _1 vendor here. If for whatever reason we have a sales order and it's for only one of these Apple in-ear headphones, then it will go down to Azu's Tech since we don't have a minimum quantity for them. And then we've got, don't have any current questions here, so I'm going to show you guys a couple of things that I think are really interesting and that I'd like to work on. So one thing that I really like to do is is use the project management application. It's one of my favorite applications because it's really versatile. I've had people who, I've had clients who do lots of different stuff just in their project management application, including things like manufacturing. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new product, and I'm going to call this consulting. And here under general information, I'm going to say this is a service product and that the sale price is $1,000. And then here under invoicing, we'll see there's a few options here. So we have invoicing policy. This you'll have this for all products, service, consumable, or stockable products. So you either invoice based on their ordered quantities, which means that if they've ordered 5, you can invoice on those 5. And there's delivered quantities that you can invoice on. So that means that if they order 5 and you only deliver 2, that means you can only invoice for 2. And so I'm going to have this just set on ordered quantities to make things a little bit simpler. And then we've got our track service. So we have our a few options here. So we can manually set quantities on orders. We can have timesheet on project, or we can, my favorite option is to say, create a task and track the hours there. And when I click this option, I get a new field here for our project. And this is going to let us select which project this product will create a task in for once it's sold. So I'm going to click Data Import and Export Plugin. I'm going to go ahead and save. I'm going to go to our sales and quotations, and I'm going to create a quotation. So I'm going to create this to AgRelay, and I'm going to add in our product that we just created called consulting. I'm going to go ahead and save this. And I'm going to go ahead and save the quotation. And then from here, we've got these green buttons in the upper left-hand corner. These are going to kind of guide you through to tell you what your next step should be. So we've got send by email or print. And so this would be when you're sending out your quotation to your customer. But I'm going to go ahead and just click confirm sale. Now, when I confirm this sale, it becomes a confirmed sales order, and you'll notice in the upper right-hand corner, instead of the delivery truck that you'll normally see, you have a task that's been created. And I can click on this task, and it has the same name as our sales order number, plus the name of the product that it created it. Also, other things that are really nice about this is if I go to our extra info and I look at our customer, it's already pre-populated with the customer on our sales order. And then from here, you can go ahead and add timesheets to this. You can add additional descriptions, etc. This is everything that you would normally do with a task. And so I think we've got another question. That's a good question. So that field is non-updatable by default, so you won't be able to update that field. It's, I would say, a limitation in the system that if you make a human decision to say we said we were going to invoice this, but now we're not going to. What I would normally do in that situation is have my clients log a note and say, this is what's happening. These 3 people made the decision that we weren't going to invoice for the full amount that we delivered. So we have a new question from DRME. We are looking at a winery using Odoo. Any thoughts and strategy for using locations for the tanks that hold various inventory as wine, i.e. each tank has a location in the warehouse and related issues? I would love to hear a little bit more about this question. But as far as locations go, I can definitely show you how that would work in Odoo. So if I go back over to our dashboard and I click on our inventory module and I go to configuration settings, you'll want to make sure that you're telling the system that you have one warehouse composed by several stock locations, or if you have several warehouses each composed of several stock locations, you can select that option as well. Just make sure that's ticked so I can go to configuration and go to our locations. Here are a bunch of locations that we currently have in this demo database. And so you'll notice here that, for instance, we have our warehouse stock. So this is going to be our main warehouse. And below that, we have two locations. So if I wanted to create another location under that stock location, say we'll call this AB1, and we'll select our parent location, which would be our warehouse stock. So I'm going to go ahead and say search more and find that warehouse stock. If for whatever reason you create a location and it is not a child of a stock location, when you go ahead and make those sales orders, it's going to look at your stock and say there's nothing in here. So you'll want to always make sure you're making it a stock location if that's your intended purpose. And we want to make sure that the location type is a internal location so that we can use it internally for our goods. So I'm going to go ahead and save there. And so from there, if I wanted to put inventory, for instance, into that location, I can do that. I can do that a couple different ways. I can go to our inventory control and say an inventory adjustment and create one for that location. So if I say AB, I can do an inventory adjustment like this. This is really a nice way to do it if you're doing a bunch of products at once. If I just wanted to update the quantity on hand for one product, I can go to our products, select one, and say update quantity on hand, and this will open up kind of a mini version of that inventory adjustment. Like I can go here and say I want to update the inventory in this location to 5. And then again for as far as inventory that's filled with like liquids, for instance, you can always, instead of using the unit of measure unit, you can always change your unit of measures to say gallons or whatever unit of measure that you need to use for that particular product. I'm going to go over to our purchasing module and say configuration settings. And I'm going to click this little button here for unit of measure and save so that you can see this on our product. This is going to load for a moment. Now when I jump over to our product again, you'll see there's a couple new fields that have been added. So we have unit of measure and then purchase unit of measure if we have a different unit, if we buy and sell in different units of measure. For instance, you bring things in larger pieces and then you cut them down and you sell them in smaller pieces. Okay, and then we have a question asking, can we install a third-party app using Odoo Online? Unfortunately, that's not an option for Odoo Online. And then asking about, from Roel again, we have a question about decimal precision. So that's a good question. So you can adjust the decimal precision. It's in our settings, technical settings. So I'm going to go ahead and say activate the developer mode. This will take a moment to load. And then while I'm here, I'm going to search. I think it's decimal accuracy is the so here under our settings technical database structure, we have a menu item called decimal accuracy. So I'm going to bring you to that the old-fashioned way first. But this is a really awesome tool if you're on the home page and you can just start typing anything and it'll kind of guide you to the location that you're looking for. So I'm going to go over to our settings and to our technical. And to get this menu item, again, you'll have to have access to settings, and you'll also have to activate the developer mode, which is just right here in the settings page on the lower right-hand corner. I'm going to scroll down to our database structure and to decimal accuracy. And we have a handful of items here. So for instance, if on our stock weight we want more than 2 decimals, we can increase that here for our individual items that we need to change the decimal accuracy on. Okay, so we have someone who's asking for some clarification on how can I indicate the exact stock location for a product on a specific shelf. So what you would do in that case would be, for instance, if I go here to our inventory configuration locations, we see here that this is a more complex location. So there's the warehouse stock, shelf 2, and it's in the small refrigerator. So this would be kind of a more specified, like this is the exact location of this product. And so what you would do is do your inventory adjustment or do a product update quantity on hand to say this is where this exact product lives. As far as that goes. And so another option you can always do too is do things like put away strategies if you want to bring things into it and put them away into a very specific location. So we have another question. This is about MRP. Is there a way to get an input form for information about the MRP process, something more formal than the notes section, like tracking units used as opposed to expected? That's an interesting question. Excuse me. I can kind of show you of the reports that I know of in manufacturing, and if for whatever reason they don't meet what you need, meet your needs. If you're on Odoo online, you can always contact your consultant that you've been assigned to, or if you are working with a partner, you can contact them to do something, to create something for you. So if I'm going to go to our manufacturing, and I'm going to go ahead and select one of these. We have a few options here for printing, so we can print our production order. And this is what that would look like. And then we can also print our cost analysis. So once this whole thing has gone through, we can always print that. And then also Odoo has a really nice feature, which is that it looks nice when you do a print screen. So if there's anything here on this form that you are wanting to get and it's not necessarily doing it, the printed report is not fulfilling your needs, you can always try to do a print screen here and see if that information is pulled for you. And then the other really great way to get as much reporting as you could possibly need is to select your manufacturing order, say action, and export. This export has just anything you can think of that's going to be associated with this manufacturing order. And if for whatever reason this list here is not enough, you can always say export all data and get even more data that's available. So this is a really nice tool. So one nice thing about this tool as well is that if I select a few fields and I want this to be a normal export for me that I do regularly, I can go ahead and save this fields list so that I can use it next time without having to go through and click each field again, which is a really nice feature. So back to our wine question on for stock locations, we have a little bit more information. The statement is, I have wine in stock location tank 1 and bottles and corks in location shelf X. how do I create a manufacturing order that takes raw materials from these locations? So if your stock is in those locations, it'll pull from there using FIFO. So Odoo by default uses FIFO, although you can set it up to do things like LIFO. Yeah, so it would take those from you from those locations, especially if it's all in one warehouse. It'll be an easy transaction. And then we have a question from Christian Gilbert. Is it possible for a widget that does not occupy 100% of the screen width? So I am not 100% positive what that question entails, and you can always send another message to help me clarify that. So while we're waiting for some additional questions, I'm going to do a little bit of manufacturing setup because I think manufacturing is a really awesome application module that we've created. So if I open up our manufacturing module, I'm going to set up some work centers. I'm going to go to our configuration and settings. And here we have just a few lines down, we have routings and planning. And so right now we have this set to manage production by manufacturing order. So that means you have something to produce and you have just one manufacturing order for that production. We can also set it up to manage this production by work orders. So you would have one manufacturing order, and you can have multiple work orders based off of that manufacturing order. So I'm going to show you guys how to set that up. So I'm going to go here and click apply. This is going to load for a moment. I'm going to go to our manufacturing again, and here under master data, you'll see there's a few new options available. So we've got our products, which you've seen before, and our bill of materials, which you've seen before, and then we have these two new options for routing and for work centers. So if I click here on our work centers, because this is a demo database, it has some demo data already in here for us. So for instance, we have assembly station number 1, and we can enter here all of our information about this work center. So the cost per hour. If you're going to do analytic accounting, this is the place where you would put in that analytic account for this cost center or for this work center. Analytic accounting is a really great way to capture a lot of data. If you need extra data reporting, that's the place to get it. And then if we go to our master data and routings, for instance, we have a routing name called assembly line 1. And this is the operations that happen. So we have our operation, which is a manual assembly, and the work center is our assembly station 1. And then we can add additional ones as needed. So I'm going to go ahead and say add an item. Okay, I'm going to call it step 2. And I'm going to say that the work center is going to be our assembly station 2. And that the duration is going to be 60 minutes. One really nice thing about our work centers and routings that is something that's a little bit newer, a newer feature, which I think is a really great feature, is this duration computation. So this duration, we can either set this manually, which we can say would be an hour or 60 minutes, or we can have it compute based on real time. So when you're manufacturing people, say start work order, to the time when they say this work order is finished, it'll take that time and over the last 10 work orders, which you can set here, and calculate the real duration of that this should be, which is, I think, a really interesting concept. Now that we have our routing created, we're going to need to assign this routing to a bill of materials. So I'm going to go to this bill of material and say, how do I select this self-build kit? I'm going to click Edit. Here under Routing, I can select which one I'm going to use. So this means every time I make a manufacturing order for this product, we'll have those multiple work orders created for us. And so now we've got a few more questions. Another one from DRME. Back to MRP form question. Say I have a note. I have to note the temperature, other variable of a manufacturing process. Are there areas in which I can input such for a report, or do I need a custom field? It sounds like that's a really specific need besides doing logging a note or something of that nature. So I would typically recommend adding a field into there. That's probably going to be the easiest, like the cleanest way to do that. So I can show you guys how to add a field right now using Studio. So if you look in our very top, in the purple bar, the top right, you'll see this kind of tool, these two tools together. And this is going to be our Studio toggle. So if we click this, it will open up our Studio application. So you have a handful of options when you're using Studio. You've got lots of options to add in existing fields, to add new fields, lots of different types of fields you can add in, and you can also kind of adjust the layout of this form. I'm going to show you how to create a new field. So for the most part, fields are usually a text field. And so I'm going to go ahead and drop in a new text field here. So I'm going to add it right here. This will take a second, and you'll see we have this new field that has new text. So I'm going to click on that, and I can say in this new kind of gray bar that appears, I can call this, I'll call this temp. And we can also do things like in the help tooltip, which is what happens when you kind of hover over a field, we can add one of those tooltips. We can also add a placeholder text to kind of help encourage people to show what should be filled in there, or how that or how the formatting should be. And then once I have that, I can go ahead and say close. And so now I've got this field here where I can type in my temperature. Excuse me. So we have kind of a follow-up from Christian Gilbert. Can you only put one widget per row on website, or is there a way to put two widgets side by side? Unfortunately, I'm a functional consultant, and so I don't know a technical side of things. I can answer some technical questions, but for the most part, I'm going to be purely functional. So I'm unsure about your question, Christian, and I would recommend sending something over to odoo.com/help, or contacting your account manager for any assistance. So it looks like we've got a little bit of a lull in questions again. So I'm going to do a couple more things. For instance, I'll finish up by make to order, like a demo on that. So I'm going to go to our sales, and I'm going to go to products, and I'm going to again select Apple in-ear headphones. I'm going to select edit, and I'm going to go over to our inventory. So here we have this selected as by make to order, and we've got Delta PC and a Zeus Tech. So as our vendors. So I'm going to go ahead and save this. And so what should happen is when you go to your sales orders and create a new one, so I'm going to create this, and I'll say this is for Egg Relay, and I'll add in our product, which would be our Apple in-ear headphones. I'm going to go ahead and say, go ahead and save and close and save. And remember, our list was to Delta PC and to a Zeus Tech. Let me go ahead and double check to see what our minimum quantities are for both of those vendors. So if I click edit, it looks like we've got a minimum quantity of 1 for each of them, which is perfect. So I'm going to save this, and I'm going to go ahead and confirm our sale. So this should go ahead and create a RFQ to Delta PC. So I'm going to go here to our purchases application. And we see here with this source document at the kind of top column, we see we've got something from sales order number 30. This is the way that Odoo handles those by make-to-order items. So if you have a RFQ, so an unconfirmed purchase order already in the system for a vendor, and you have a make-to-order by product, that will just kind of keep adding lines onto that RFQ until you confirm it, and then next time it'll add it. It'll create a new one for you. So that's just an FYI if that's been kind of confusing for you. So I'm going to go ahead and say confirm this order. I'm going to receive our products. So I'm going to click the little shipment box in the upper right-hand corner, and I'm going to click validate, and it's going to give me this little pop-up that's asking me, are you sure you want to do all of the quantities at once? Because I haven't specified exact quantities. So if you had, for instance, this RAM SR5, if you only got 4 of those, you'll want to say that explicitly that you only have 4, but I'm assuming that I'm receiving all of my goods, and I'm going to go ahead and click apply. So now I've got this product in my stock, so I can go ahead and deliver it from the sales order. So I'm going to go to our sales orders on this number 30 to AgRelay, and we've got these delivery orders here. So it looks like we've got a lot of quality control checkpoints set up here. So I'm going to go ahead and validate all of these guys. And so once I've gone through all of these steps, we're going to go ahead and just deliver. And so then our final operation here is going to be our warehouse out. And you'll see here that the partner is AgRelay. The destination location is a partner location for our customers. We can also see things like source document. We can see things like scheduled date, our initial demand, which is 1. And then we've got additional information here if you need any additional information. If you're using something like the UPS or FedEx connector, when you confirm this, you'll have a label created for you, and this tracking reference number will auto-populate for you. But we can always, if you're not using one of those connectors, but you still have a tracking number that you'd like to record in here, you can always repurpose that field and use it manually. So I'm going to go ahead and save, and I'm going to go ahead and validate this again, and I'm going to get that pop-up, making sure that I'm okay with processing all the quantities. So I'm going to go ahead and say apply. So now our sales order is completed as far as our delivery goes. Christian Gilbert is asking, can you show the flow for HR attendance and for payroll? Odoo Online does not handle payroll, so unfortunately I don't have any experience working with payroll, so I can't show you that, but I can definitely show you things like attendance and timesheets. I'm going to jump over to our application here, or to our main screen. So I'm going to kind of cover a lot of different HR modules right now. So we've got, first and foremost, our employees. So this is going to be kind of your directory of employees, and you'll create employees here as needed. And you'll enter in as much information as as possible about your employee. So we've got the public information, so things like work location and things. And then we've also got our personal information about things like their social security number or whatever else you kind of identification numbers you need to put in here, date of birth, etc. And then we've got our HR settings. So we've got our timesheet cost, and then we've got our related user. So if this person has a user in the database, you'll want to make sure that that user and employee are connected. And then we've got our legal leave times, etc. So I'm going to go ahead and jump over to our timesheets application. So the timesheet application is, I think, quite versatile. Here is where you'll see kind of your overview of your timesheets for the week, and you'll be able to kind of see how many hours you've done this day. One nice thing about all objects in Odoo is you can create custom filters and groups, which I think is a really amazing tool that we have. So we've got filters. So these ones are going to come by default. So my timesheets, if it's validated, if it's not validated, etc. And then we can add a custom filter. Say we don't want anything. If we only want our task to contain, research and development, we can say the task contains research. I think I spelled that incorrectly. So we can say, make our own individual filters for this. And then what's really nice is you can go ahead and click save that filter and call this whatever you'd like to call it. And you can use it by default, so every single time you go to your timesheet, it's already activated. Or you can share it with all users if it's something that you think is going to be useful for your other employees. So for instance, if I go into my project tasks, I've got a special filter on those to show just things that are assigned to me, which I think is a really nice way to kind of streamline everything. So if I go here to timesheets in the purple bar and click that and say detailed activities, I can go ahead and create an activity. This is going to default the user that is logged in right now and actually making this note. So I can say that I did emails and that my project was research and development. Now I can even go a little bit more granular there and say exactly which task in that project I was working on. So I can say for the new portal system, and I spent 1 hour doing this. And I'm going to go ahead and click save. This is where all of your activities are going to live. Obviously, this can get quite long. So you can always filter by, say, date. So the date is today and apply. So you only see things that are for today. And if we jump back over to our timesheets, my timesheets, we'll see that we have our project, research and development, and then our task, new portal system, and that we spent an hour working on that today. And then after timesheets, I'm going to touch on leaves a little bit. So we've got our leaves here. This is so that people can request maybe work from home days or out of the office or vacation or sick days or things like that. So if we go to my leaves and we say leaves request, I personally like the calendar view of doing this. So I'm going to show you how to do this in the calendar view. So say I needed to take a vacation day on Monday. I can click on Monday and a pop-up appears and I can say vacation day. I can select my leave type. So you can set these leave types here in this under configuration. So for instance, you might have unpaid leaves or sick leave or vacation days or whatever it would be. So I'm going to go ahead and say it's a legal leave, and I can select my duration. So if I'll be gone for the full day, I can say that it's going to be a full day for a legal leave, or if I just need to be out for the morning but I'll be back in the afternoon, I can say 0.5 days, so it's half a day. And then you can always add in comments to by your manager. And then you can select these. So if you have the correct access rights, you can go in and put in a sick day or something for somebody else who's out of the office. So I'm going to go ahead and save. And then from here, your manager can go ahead and approve it, or they can deny it. So that would be our leaves application. So you can kind of tell who's in office and who is not at any given point. So I hope that answers your question about that. Another question from DRME. If another lull, can you do some MRP inventory accounting stuff, i.e. showing stock moves and related accounting entries for stock moves for MRP process for real price and perpetual? That's going to require a little bit of setup, so I'm going to go ahead and start that and say, for instance, I'm going to go to our sales, configuration, product categories. And here I'm going to select, for instance, saleable. And you'll notice we've got our inventory valuation and costing method. So I'm going to say our costing method is real price, and we're doing our inventory valuation of perpetual. And I'm going to go ahead and save this. And then on a product, I'll select a product. We'll call it, how about Apple Wireless Keyboard? And I'm going to make sure that internal category is the same. And then something interesting about internal categories. So you'll notice there's lots of things on your internal categories like accounts. So if we go over to our invoicing, we'll also see accounts here. So what Odoo will do is it'll look on your products, and if you have accounts set on this product form, it'll hit those accounts. And if you don't have any accounts set, it'll look here at this internal category, and if for whatever reason you don't have anything set on this internal category, it'll look at your parent category. So if something hits, and if you have accounts set in none of those locations, you might get thrown back an error. So I'm going to go ahead and click Save here. Now I'm going to go ahead and make a sales order for this and make some stock moves. And this time I'll make this a sales order to camp. Apple Wireless keyboard. And then go ahead and save and confirm the sale. And we have 3 delivery orders this time. I'm going to go ahead and validate these to go through. Oops. And validate. And this will be our final one for sending it out to our customer camp to camp. See, this is what I was trying to tell you guys just now. So that it cannot find a stock input account for the product Apple Wireless Keyboard. You must define one on the product category or the location before processing this operation. So this is what I was just saying about those product categories. So I'm going to jump back over to our product categories. Saleable. I'm going to set our stock input and output accounts. Stock output. So I'm going to go ahead and save. Now I'm going to go back to that sales order and complete that delivery now. So I got this one that's available and click validate. So I'm going to go ahead and apply this. This has now been sent out to our customer. And if I jump over to our accounting advisor journal entries, we should have, so for warehouse out 15 to camp, we've got our journal entry that was created. And so the same thing's going to happen for things like receipts and manufacturing orders and things of that nature. But do be aware that if your product is set to consumable, it won't create those entries. So we have another question asking how to make centralized payments in company principals. I'm not 100% positive. I understand that question. So when you get the chance, shoot me over another message to clarify. And then to kind of continue with manufacturing. Manufacturing, I think, is one of my favorite modules. I'm going to show you guys how to do a full flow from manufacturing order through your work orders. I'm going to click on manufacturing, go to our master data and our bill of materials. I think we selected our self-build kit previously, and we have applied this routing of assembly line 1, and we can go ahead and click on that, and I'll say that we have 2 steps here. And then we're using two items. So we have our mouse and our keyboard, and I'm going to go to our dashboard. And you'll see here when we activated our work centers, we kind of got an additional dashboard here of all of our different work centers. Operations and manufacturing orders, and I'm going to go ahead and click create. And I'm going to select our product as self-build kit. And let me go back to our bill of materials and take a look at that. So this is going to be, so this one has been set as a bill of material types to ship this product as a component of for a kit. So what that means is when you try to build this product, there's no quote unquote bill of materials available. So what would happen is if I sold self-build kit, the delivery order would have these components in it. So essentially what you're doing is you're selling a kit with parts, and those parts are all sent out for it. So I'm going to go ahead and switch this over to manufacture this product and save. Now when I go to our manufacturing orders and I select our self-build kit, our bill of materials auto-populates and our routing auto-populates, and you'll notice here that the routing is not really adjustable. So I'm going to go ahead and click save. And I'm going to say check availability for these products. And you'll notice here that our Apple wireless keyboard, we've got 1 product, and we've got 1 to consume. And then we notice our mouse has a red line. And this is because we don't have any quantity available of this mouse. So what I'll do now is I'll receive in a mouse. So I'll go ahead and create a RFQ. And I will select our mouse, and I'll bring in 5 just so I have some extras. I'm going to save, and then from here you would send your RFQ by email or print your RFQ, and do negotiations with your vendor if needed. But I'm going to go ahead and just click confirm, and then from here you'll see that we've got 2 boxes in the upper right-hand corner. We've got our shipment box, a little delivery truck, and then we've got our vendor bills. And you can click on that little delivery truck box to receive in your goods, or you can click this little green button up here and say receive in your products. So I'm going to click receive products. And if for whatever reason, again, you receive more or less, you'll want to click edit and manually adjust this. And if you'll notice here, so when I put in 6 done, our line turned red, and if I put in 5 done, our line turns green. And that's kind of a little fail-safe so that your shippers or your receivers can really see really easily and quickly if something is under or over. And the same thing with if I put 4 in, the line is going to stay black because it's assuming that we're going to create a back order. So I'm going to put in 5 again, and I'm going to say validate. And now I've got these 5 items in my stock. So if I go back to our manufacturing order for this self-build kit, I can say check availability. Interesting. I must be working in the wrong warehouse. So our warehouse stock. So this is one way that this we can get things to be a little bit sticky is if you've got multiple warehouses and lots of people have access to them. So I'm going to go back to our mouse. Update our quantity on hand for warehouse stock. And back to our manufacturing. So, so now that I've manually added in some stock there into the correct warehouse, now when I've clicked checked availability, I now have both of my lines as black. And then you can always kind of, I'm going to go through and click these guys so you can show you what we're doing. So we've got a few fields here for things like where the finished product location is, the raw materials location, and like the picking type, which would be obviously our manufacturing picking type. It's going to be our finished product. It's going to be a self-build kit. And then our temp field that we previously created is still here. And then we've got our source, which would be if you had, you could fill this out with anything that you wanted to fill it out with. Or if you created this, if it was created automatically from, say, a sales order, it would be filled out for you. The same thing would on like a PO. So I'm going to go ahead and select plan. So when I click plan, you'll see that a box appeared in the upper right-hand corner for 2 work orders. I can select them through here, or I can go to operations, work orders, and find them here as well. So I'm going to go back then to our work orders, and you'll see that it's kind of telling you which one you should do first. So based on our list on our routing, it's asking us to do this manual assembly first. And I'm going to say start working. Now from here, you can continue to work on this. You can also pause this. So for instance, if your manufacturer goes out to lunch, or if they're done for the day and they want to come back to this tomorrow, they can always pause it and then continue the production when they return. And so this is really nice when you're doing that computation of time for those work centers. You're going to be able to get a really accurate numbers if people are pausing and playing while they're working. And if for whatever reason your manufacturer is blocked, they can tick the block button. And so when they are completed, they're going to go ahead and click done. And so this work order is completed. And if we use our breadcrumbs, you should always use your breadcrumbs here in the top. We'll see that we have one line item that's the status of finished, and this one's kind of grayed out. And then we've got one for ready. And if we click on the one for ready, we can go ahead and start working on it. And then this will, be the exact same process. They can pause, they can block, or they can select done, and they're completed. So now, again, using my breadcrumbs, I'm going to jump back over to our manufacturing order. And here now we see 2 boxes. So we see 2 out of 2 work orders. That means that both of our work orders are completed. And then we've got our inventory moves, so you'll be able to see what's happened here. And when I go ahead and say mark as done, the progress here changes over to done, and you'll see another box has appeared. One is for cost analysis. This is a really awesome tool to kind of determine what your cost is for these products. So for instance, we have cost of operation. So this is going to be the cost per hour that we set on those work centers earlier. And so since we only did very little time here, the total cost is quite low. And then we've got our raw materials cost, which is you're going to see here. And then we see our total unit cost. Excuse me. And then again, we've got a new box called up and down traceability. So if I click that, I can kind of drill down into this and see some of our traceability, which is interesting. And again, and you can go ahead and print this to see this traceability report. And then if you wanted to print that cost analysis, you would go to print and cost analysis, and you would see that here. To click print, and I'll show you what that looks like. And so this would be your cost analysis. So we've got a hello from Chile. So I'm really glad that we've got lots of people from all over the world tuning in right now. So send over any questions that you have, and I'll be happy to answer them. I'll be here for another 45 minutes or so, and then we'll have one of our other awesome consultants coming in to do the last couple of hours. And again, too, if you want to watch this, but maybe you don't have time right now or something, you can always bookmark this, the URL. This will be recorded, and you can come back to it later. So, don't be afraid to do that and watch this later. Just to kind of continue. Oh, so we have some questions on if we can show the accounting entries that example the cost analysis. So again, a little bit of setup. So we'll want to make sure that everything is configured correctly. So for instance, if we do that self-build kit again, we want to make sure this is in that saleable, category that we created, that is real price perpetual. I'm going to go ahead and save that. And then let's also double check that these guys are also in the correct categories. This is also one other really nice thing about Odoo is that you can, you can always kind of go into another location through one object. So for instance, I can click on this and open up into our internal categories, which I think is really handy. So this is all set up to be in perpetual. So I'm going to go ahead and let's make another manufacturing order. And as you guys should know, nothing in Odoo is retroactive. So if I, like those journal entries for this from previously aren't going to be generated. So I'm going to go ahead now and say save, check availability, and plan. And then I'm going to go ahead and complete those work orders, and I'll do that really quickly. Now I'm going to jump back to that manufacturing order number 6. I'm going to say this is done. So now I'm going to jump over to our accounting advisor and journal entries. And let's see if I can't find that journal entry. Perfect. So here we are for our manufacturing order number 6. This is the journal entry that was created for that order. To jump back over now to do kind of another kind of flow through manufacturing, if we go to our sales, and I'm going to go to our products, and find that self-build kit. I'm going to click edit. I'm going to make sure that this is a stackable product. And then I'm going to go ahead and say that this is make to order, manufacture, and save. So that means that when we sell this, a manufacturing order should be created for us. I'm going to go ahead and say create. And I'm going to select ag relay. And I'm going to say this is for our self-build kit. And I'm going to save and close. And save. And then again, you would either send this by email or print this out to send to your customer. I'm going to go ahead and confirm our sale. And then we've got our delivery orders created here. Let me see about what's our first item. I'm going to go ahead and validate this guy and do our next operation and validate. And then finally send this out to the customer. So that would be, that's just a standard flow there. And I have just skipped right over the manufacturing portion of that. So I'm going to go ahead and start that over and do it one more time. So I've got a sales order to ag relay. I'm going to sell our self-build kit. I'm going to save and close and save. So this is our sales order number 33. I'm going to go to our manufacturing. Into our manufacturing orders. And we've got this guy here. So I'm going to go ahead and check availability and plan this again and do our work order. So I'll go ahead and start and complete. And mark this guy as done. And then jump back over to that sales order. And I think this guy is done. Let's find our so then we would go through and complete that. So and now we've got our question from Anas. So we're going to say her question is how can open the sales module within the point of sale? As far as I know, there's no way to open up the sales module within the point of sale, but I can definitely do a quick demo of the point of sale module. So if we go to our point of sale, we've got our two options here. So we have our main point of sale session and our restaurant session. So I'm going to go ahead and close this and validate our and post those entries so that we start kind of with a fresh session. And I'm going to click New Session. This will load for a moment. This is going to load up our front end. And so this is really what our employees are going to see when they're actually doing the point of sale. So, for instance, if you're in a setting and they come into the store and somebody purchases something, you can have a barcode scanner and start barcode scanning things. You can also search for products up here in the search bar, or you can kind of scroll through like I'm doing and select items. And then you can also set things up to do like, for instance, weight if you're selling fruits and vegetables, yeah, so you can set that up too if you need to set up a weight scale. If you have something like you are doing a rewards program, we can also set that up. So this would be really helpful, especially if you're to set your customer here. and then we can go to our payment. So if you are using Mercury Pay Vantiv, you can set that up through the point of sale, and you have a little credit card option here. And when you select that credit card option, it'll be like waiting for your swipe. I don't have that set up right here in this demo database, so I'll select cash, and I'll say they gave me exact change. We can say this invoice here and validate if we want an invoice created, which will be downloaded for you. And then we've got our receipt, which you can have it set up to auto print the receipt or to manually print this receipt. And then I'm going to say next order. So this kind of keeps going. And if at any point in time, you're working with a customer and they've forgotten their wallet, or they need to go back and grab something else from the store, you can always kind of add another item here. And kind of keep going without losing that those items that you've already added to their tab. And you can kind of keep adding these throughout your session. So this is a really nice feature so that you don't ever lose the work that you've done. Okay, so we have another question on, could you show us an example on how to set up an ingredient batch of 180 kilograms, which produces finished jars of jam in the MRP module from production? Yeah, so that would be, I can show you how you would set that up. So I'm going to go ahead and close it. Let me just make sure before I close this that there's no other point of sale questions. So we do have another point of sale question, so I'll jump back over to that MRP question in a moment. So how do you assign a user for a specific point of sale branch so other users can't see the sales of others? So definitely you can modify access rights to in settings to make sure that people are seeing things like their own documents and things. So if we go to our point of sale, you can definitely set things like your sales channel, which is going to be just point of sale, and then what's going to happen is whoever's logged into the system is who that point of sale session is going to go to. But you can always set things up to say, like, you can only see your own orders here, or maybe set up a saved filters list so that for each individual employee, so that every time they log in, they're only seeing, if there's a custom filter here that says, salesperson equals that employee, so they only are seeing their items by default. Okay, so now let's jump back over to the to our MRP question again, which would be an example of how to set up a bill of materials essentially with 7% waste. Go to our manufacturing and go to our bill of materials, and I'll select, actually I'm going to select HDD on demand, and make sure I've got debug on. I'm going to go over to our configuration and make sure everything is configured correctly. Now I'm going to go over here to our productivity losses, and that looks good. There's normally an option to say, select how much of your product is going to be lost in this process. I'm not seeing that setting right now. I'm assuming it's a setting that's kind of buried away somewhere. So definitely follow up with that question a little bit later, and I'll look into it while the other consultant comes in and does their session. So I think someone's asking here about essentially outside operations. So they are a separate company, and they charge you for the manufacturing, for the transport, and the other service they provided to you. So typically for outside operations, what I have people do is go ahead and create their purchase order and then create the delivery and receipts as needed manually for that, so you can still kind of catch the cost that's being associated to that. So we have a question asking, you want to follow all the cost for materials, but you also want to have it displayed with all other related costs on the same page. So all of your costing, for instance, on a manufacturing order is going to be, if we click at finished one, it's going to be here on our cost analysis, and you'll be able to see everything here. And then, for instance, if you want to capture additional reporting and additional data that maybe is not being captured here, you can always use analytic accounting and start selecting analytic accounting on different locations around the system and have a specific analytic account for that. So we have a question again on POS. So this is going to be, can we assign names to the tabs so that we know that this is going to be this customer's tabs or this customer's tab? Yeah, so I'll kind of show you a little bit about that. So you can select the customer that tab belongs to. So for instance, this is our point of sale session, so I can say this customer belongs to AgRelay, and then this tab belongs to Tomas. So when I click back here, I can see that it's AgRelay and Tomas, and this person doesn't have a customer set to them. So that would be kind of how you would set that. So we have a question about access rights. Please make up a demo of access rights so I can show you kind of the basic access rights that come by default in Odoo. As far as making custom access rights, that would be something, unfortunately, is a bit more technical than what I can get into right now, so I can show you that though. So if we jump over to our settings and go to our users in the purple bar and then click users again, we can go to say we'll go to demo user and click edit, and we have, these are the access rights that come by default in Odoo. So you can say that for sales, this person can only see their own documents, so only see things that are assigned to themselves. They can see all the documents, or that they're a manager, so managers will be able to see things like reporting and other information that a manager should see. And again, these are all very similar here with all of the modules. So you can be an officer or manager, and always what's on the bottom. So if you click on this and managers on the bottom, that's always going to be the highest access rights. If you're ever confused about maybe officer or manager or anything like that. So we have a MRP follow-up, so will this be the same logic in version 9? Between version 9 and version 10, there was a lot of updates and changes for the better to manufacturing. So some of the logic has stayed the same and some hasn't. So it really just depends on exactly what part you're talking about. As far as like waste goes and product loss, I think it's the same logic. I'm not 100% positive, but you can definitely test, and you can test by if you have a version 9 database, you can look at that differences versus what's in the demo.odoo.com. And so since I'm going to jump back to POS again. So we've got, is it possible to print without the POS box? So that's a good question. So there's a couple of options in there. So if you've got something like you're trying to print an invoice, I showed you how to do that. You can click on invoice, and that downloads a PDF, which you can print on anything. And then we've got another question here for, can you please explain how does warehouse to propagate option work on the routes? So that's a really specific option, and routes can be really, really complicated. So I don't think I'd really, I think it doesn't fit this forum. However, there is a new webinar that was just created a couple weeks ago on routes on our YouTube page, and you should definitely check that out. And so we've got a question about our bill of material cost analysis. So how do you display on the same page overhead cost, etc., meaning you say a factory is producing goods for you, and you have, and for the manufacturing order you've just created, there are separate companies and they're charging you for the manufacturing. The transport for other services they've provided, since it's all related to the same product and the same manufacturing order. You want to follow the costs for all the materials, but you also want to have displayed all other related costs on the same page. So that's going to really be suited for something like analytic accounting. So if I jump over to analytic accounting, or just to accounting, and make sure that this is set up for analytic accounting. I'm going to make sure that analytic accounting here is ticked. Go ahead and save. This is going to take a moment to load. And jump back over to our accounting module. And if we go to under configuration, we're going to see these menu items for analytic accounting and for analytic accounts. So if we click here, we've got a bunch of analytic accounts already created for us. And again, you can assign these to all sorts of different things, from manufacturing to timesheets to invoices. It can be all over the board where you can assign these analytic accounts. So you can really assign these to all these different components that Regina is asking about for those bill of material costs. Cost analysis, right? So you can assign these all over the place. And if we go to our reporting, we can scroll all the way down to our analytic entries. And if, for instance, on our specific analytic account, so for here we've got one for AgriLay, we can click on that, and then at the upper right-hand corner we have cost revenue button, and we click on that and you can see all of your cost and revenue. So I'm going to find a different item that has more entries in it. See if I can't find one with some entries. Any of these have entries? So since this is a demo database, some of these don't necessarily have data in them, but I'm going to try to find one. There's 28 of these. One of them has to have some data in there. Yeah, so you would see your cost and revenue like analysis here, where you would be able to see all of the costs that you've put into this specific analytic account. So it might be, you know, expenses like purchases and working time expenses versus if you sold this, how much money you received from that sale. So you can see what how much money you've made off of this or how much money you lost. So analytic accounting is really going to be the best place for that. And then we've got a question about the purchasing app. How can I perform an advanced call for tenders process? So to set that up, we'll go over to our purchases and our configuration and settings, and we will find the settings for call for tenders here, and then we've got underneath that a little green button for our agreement types. So for instance, we've got this one that's in our demo database for like a purchase tender, and you can select only one RFQ from this, or you can select multiple RFQs, and then you have your data for your new quotation. So use lines of agreement, or do not use those lines automatically, etc. So that's how you would set that guy up. And then we have another question. Can you please explain the inventory of stores that relate to the main warehouse? What is the type of these stores? What is the type of these stores? Type local/customer. What are the best practices? So I'm assuming. What they're talking about is on warehouse locations, on point of sale. So on point of sale. So you can, if we go over to our point of sale, and we can either click more here and say settings, or we can go to configuration point of sale. Over here on the right hand side, we've got our stock location. So you can set which stock location this store is pulling from, and I'm assuming each store that you would have, you'd probably have its own stock location so that you know exactly what's in each store. So this person is asking about how to stop the customers from auto-following when you convert a quotation to a sales order. So for instance, when you convert a quotation to a sales order, your customer is automatically added as a follower. As far as not wanting to send an email to their customers, it shouldn't create an email for them unless you say send by email, or if you click preview, it might send an email update. But it shouldn't be sending an email. And then as far as making sure they don't auto-follow, I'm not sure how technically difficult that would be, or if that's feasible to make them not be an auto-follower. I just know that that's what happens by default. So I'm going to go ahead and show you guys the help desk module while we are in a question lull. So if I click on our help desk module, you'll see here we've got our dashboard, which looks very similar to our CRM dashboard if we don't have anything in it. And then we've got our kind of support channels or teams, which support will come by default in Odoo. So this one here comes by default. And if we wanted to edit that or add new ones, we can go to configuration help desk teams, where you can create or modify. And here on this help desk team, if we open it up, we have a bunch of different options for things like channels. So if you want people to be able to send in an email and have it create a ticket, if you want to have a website form where people can submit tickets online, like odoo.com/help. You can submit tickets via live chat. To do that, I think it's / help desk and then the ticket name, and I'll create one for you as the employee on the back end. Or you can obviously do an API connection and push things in. So, so it's kind of the basics of how to create a ticket here in our system. And of course, with all of these methods, you can always create one manually. So if I go to our dashboard and I click on tickets, you'll see we don't have any tickets right now. So I'm going to go ahead and click create. And I'll say our subject is need help with setup. And we can select our help desk team. We can select who it's assigned to, so it's going to be users. users of help desk that you'll be able to select here. And we've got priority, so low, medium, high. If something has some stars, it'll shoot up to the top of the list. And obviously something with 3 stars is going to be at the very top of the list, while something with 2 stars will be below it. We've got our Kanban state, which we can adjust whenever we need to. We've got our customer, so we can select from a predefined customer if this person's already a customer. But if for whatever reason they are not a customer already, we can select their customer. We can add their customer name here without having to create them as a new customer. And then we've got ticket type, so either a question or an issue. And you can also add new ticket types here in the configuration if needed. And then we've got tags. Same concept as we see tags in lots of other places in the system. And again, you can go to configuration tags to create new ones if needed. And then we've got our description of our ticket, which is going to be just kind of a note field, which will have the description of the issue. So here, I'll save this guy, and then of course you can add any attachments that are needed. And then we've got our chatter down below, and we'll see here we've got our followers on the upper or in the lower right hand side. So now we've got a ticket and it's assigned to our demo user. From our Kanban view, we can change the priority. We can adjust the stage of this. If this is ready for the next stage, for instance, we can turn it green, and when we move it to the next stage, because it's ready to go. And then here, you can always log internal notes, etc., to help move this along. And if for whatever reason you're looking at this ticket and you decide that it's good for you to take it, you can say that I take it, and the assigned to will change to the person that you're logged into. So I'm logged in as the administrator, so now I can say that I'm taking this ticket over. And so now that I have a ticket assigned to me, I can go to my dashboard, and you'll see my dashboard no longer has that smiley face on it, and now has an official dashboard. So we can see here that we have 1 ticket, so we have 0 medium priority and 0 really urgent priority. And then we say our average open hours, so you can kind of keep track of that data from when somebody has opened a ticket to when it's been closed. And then we've also got our, we've also got our performance KPIs, similar to how we have in our CRM. So you can click here to set that your target is 5 tickets today. And again, to adjust things like stages, you can go to configuration stages. Again, very similar to something how you would see in your tasks or in your CRM. And what's nice is, just like your tasks or your CRM, you can adjust. You can adjust and say that this stage belongs to this team, and you can add an additional teams there if you want to share one stage for a team, for multiple teams, or you can say that this team just has this stage for the special team here. So it's really customizable and really nice to use. To help kind of keep in touch with your clients. So, and you can get some really nice reporting on your tickets using this pivot table. So, Odoo, we have lots of these pivot tables all over the system. So if you click on this like plus sign here, you can add in a bunch of different metrics for your tickets, and you can do that on both the X and Y axis, and you can also add in additional measures here. And then once you're happy with the way this looks and the way and this data that you've received, you can export this to Excel, and then from there you can manipulate it further if needed. So it looks like we've got another couple of questions. One is how to make draft invoices from your subscriptions. Not one by one, but in a batch. So I'm not sure what that means by in a batch. But your subscription module will take, for instance, date of next invoice, and it'll generate an invoice for you. So you shouldn't have to need to do anything there. It should just create it for you automatically. And so we've got another question from Nelson asking, I need to be able to trace lot numbers. For instance, if we have a recall on one of our chocolates due to a contaminated ingredient, I need to be able to find every work order that included this ingredient. So that's a really great question. So I'm going to go over to inventory and say configuration settings. And here at the first option, we have our lots and serial numbers. So either we do not track lots and serial numbers, or we do. So I'm going to go ahead and select that and apply, and let this load for a moment. So now that we've activated that setting, I'm going to go over to our inventory. And I'm going to select a product. So for instance, I'll select our wireless keyboard here. And under inventory, a new field has appeared called tracking. So we can track this by unique serial number. So that means every single one of these that we receive in, every single unit has its own serial number, or we can select by lots. So that would be maybe you receive in 100 of them and all 100 of those have the same lot number. Or we can select no tracking. So I'm going to say this by unique serial number. For our example, I will click Save. So when you, for instance, if we receive this product in, so I'll go to our purchases to create an RFQ for that. And this is for our wireless keyboard. I'll click Save and confirm order. Perfect, and so I'm going to receive that shipment in now. And you'll notice something different has happened here. We now have these this little pin and this little these lines here. I'm going to click on that. And when I click on those little lines, this pop-up comes up that has me entering in our lot and serial numbers. So I'm going to go ahead and just add in a serial number here and save. And save. And now I'm going to go ahead and validate it that I've received these in. And if you have something that's being tracked by unique serial number and you try to send it out or receive it in without a serial number, you're going to get thrown back like a message saying you need to put in a serial number. So that I've received that in, I can go to our inventory and I can go to our inventory control lots and serial numbers. And if I click on that, we'll see the serial number that I just created. And we can see where it's been coming from. So every single thing that this serial number does, we will be able to trace what it does. So if it's coming in, if it's going out, if it's going into a manufacturing order, you'll be able to see all of that with your traceability. So I'm going to finish up a little bit on help desk, and then I will be headed out of this specific chat, and another consultant is going to come in and take over, so there'll be a little bit of a 10-minute break or so. So I'm going to finish up with our help desk. So I've got configuration again, and so I was kind of touching on stages, and so we really want to make sure that we've got a few stages, like for instance, solved and canceled, or maybe done, so that you know when a ticket is specifically done. So if I go to our tickets, I can again move this around the Kanban view and again open this up, send messages to our client, etc. When I've resolved this ticket, I can move this over to solved. And again, you can, it's very similar to your stages on your CRM or your stages on your tasks and projects. You can move around your ticket here while you're in the form view using this bar here in the upper right-hand corner, or you can go back to your Kanban view and move it like this as needed. And if we go to our dashboard, now that I've moved that ticket to solved, you can see here that we have 0 tickets open and that we have 1 ticket closed. And so once we hit our target for the day, this will turn green like how it does in your CRM. And as far as your tickets go, again, it's very similar to how you would see in your pipeline. So you would go here to see all of the tickets, and you can remove the filter in the search bar at the top, and see all of your tickets. There's the help desk module, and there's also issues within projects, which you can do very similar things with. You could have people send in emails to create those issues, for instance. The big differences between help, in my opinion, between help desk and issues is there's a lot more reporting available for help desk. So you get to have those KPIs, you get to have those reporting on how fast it was closed, how fast this ticket was closed. But for instance, if someone's a small business and they don't want to maybe add in that module, they can always kind of stick with project issues. And you lose a little bit of functionality there, but it still works really well. So if anybody has any questions, our next consultant is going to take care of those for you. Thank you for asking me lots of questions today, and I really appreciate you guys tuning in. And again, you guys can bookmark this URL at the top of your page, and there you'll be able to come back to this and view the recorded version of this. And if you have any feedback associated to this, we are kind of testing out this forum. If you have any feedback on that, you can always email events at odoo.com to get that kind of feedback. And so our next consultant will be joining us in just 10 minutes or so. So he will definitely be able to answer any questions that you have. Thanks, guys.
Odoo live support will resume in 5 minutes.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for joining us today in our live support session of today. So I'm going to be answering questions right now from 2 p.m. Pacific time till 4 p.m. Pacific time. And my name is Michael Tourné. I'm a functional consultant here at Odoo, San Francisco. And I'm going to be here with you for the next 2 hours to answer all your questions. So you can go ahead and ask me any questions about Odoo using the chat box in the right side of the video. As you know, this is a beta test of this format, and we'd love to know what you think of it. So please send any feedback you may have to events@odoo.com, or just let us know in the chat. Also, I know that Nelson Owens was asking a question before to my colleague René, and I think we left the last part of that question unanswered. So the last part is, how do I make do I have to make a new purchase order to assign a unique number? So the answer to that question is no. You don't need to do that. You can directly do that in an inventory adjustment. So let's say that I go into here, into the inventory module. Actually, I have to enable serial numbers because I haven't done that yet. So I'm going to do that right now. Oops, sorry. Serial numbers. Perfect, save. So essentially, if you what you only want to do is assign a serial number to a product, not necessarily receive a new product, you don't need to create a PO for that. You can just go into here, inventory, create a new inventory adjustment, and let's say all products, test, and I'm going to start the inventory. I don't have any products. Let me just create one real quick. It's going to be a stockable product, and it's going to be tracked by serial numbers. Save. Discard this. Let me create a new one, just in case. Okay. So here you go. You see, we have this lot serial number field, which allows you to actually assign this to this product a serial number. Right now, my theoretical quantity is 0, so it's not a very good example. But if you already were using your database, you'd see here theoretical quantity 1. You'd just see real quantity, the same thing. So in your case, 1, and you'd assign whatever serial number you have into here. If you don't have it yet, it's as easy as just creating it in here, or you can go into the actual serial numbers menu and manage it from there, right here. I hope that answers your question. Let's see if we have any other questions right now. Okay, so we have another question from Regina. How does the new version of Odoo work with creating multiple private websites? So as far as the online version is concerned, so the version that we functional consultants work with, we cannot have multiple private websites in Odoo. So there's no such thing as multi-website in Odoo online version. That we can do similar stuff, similar things that resemble what could be like a multi-website. So, for example, we can have in a single website, we can have different like pages with different colors or different aesthetics. But what we cannot have is 2 different checkout processes in relating to one same database. So you cannot have one database and then 2 different checkout processes that each one of them is like a different company. We cannot do that yet, and I don't know if that's coming up in the future. But as far as the current versions goes, we don't have it yet. So I hope that answers your question. I think that Nelson has a follow-up question, which is, I want to assign it to a product and then use that number to find everything I use that product with. I'm not sure I understand the question, but let's see. So let's say that I do that. So let's do the full example. So I have my inventory adjustment right here, and I'm going to say I actually have one of my products. I'm going to give it the serial number, right? So this guy, save, and I have 1. Perfect. Validate. Here we go. And now I go back into the serial numbers menu. So I have my serial number. And it's telling me that I have 1. We have this new feature from our last versions, which is the up-down traceability, which allows you to actually trace back what has been going on with this product, or this specific serial number in this case. So, for example, let's say that you used this serial number to receive a product or to receive a component when you were doing a purchase order. All of that is tracked in this button right here. So if I click, this is the full life of this serial number in particular. So in this case, the only thing that happened with this serial number is that I just did an inventory adjustment for it. But in a more complex use case, so for example, let's do that. Let's say that I actually use it in a manufacturing order. Well, that's not going to work. Let's say that I deliver it. So I just go here, I create a new delivery order for someone, and I use my product. So I'm going to mark it as to do. I'm going to check availability. I do have availability, and now it's asking me for that serial number. I just say I want this one in particular. Save. It's assigned to this particular delivery order. It's available. Validate. Perfect. You see, we have again this button right here. I can even click right now. It shows me my product. And it shows me the full history, right? So it shows me I did an inventory adjustment at some point, and then later on I just delivered it through this particular move, and I can actually click on that move, and it will take me to that particular document. So that's very useful, for example, if you have very complex manufacturing processes and you have different components that you bought at different times or different purchase orders. You have the full history of how did you manufacture those products and which components did you use, which particular serial numbers did you use to manufacture those products. All of that is showing up in the traceability menu. Okay, so let's see if we have any other questions. Okay. Regina, another question. How do you create a drop-down in the list view of sales orders so that I can change to different status, such as ordered with vendor, in progress, shipped? Okay, if we're talking about custom statuses, so like, because these statuses that you're mentioning are not Odoo statuses, like ordered with vendor, in progress, shipped. So what we can do is add a custom field. So we can try that. If I find my mouse, right here, okay. So let's install Studio actually. I didn't install it. This might take a little while. Okay, so we're saying adding a drop-down list in the list view of sales orders. Well, sorry, in the list view, we're not going to be able to add a drop-down, that's for sure. What we can do, let's go there, is if you're telling me you want to add, for example, a drop-down right here. So here in the form view, what we're going to do is open Studio. Right, and we're going to create a new field, which is going to be some kind of custom status. So, for example, let's say we're going to do a new field, which is going to be, in this case, let's do a selection field. And let's put it right here. Right, so we're going to do, what is it? Order with vendor in progress, shipped. And I'm doing this, again, I'm going to repeat, I'm doing this because the statuses we have up here are not matching with what Regina was asking, which is ordered with vendor. The only statuses we have are quotation, quotation sent, and sales order, and then done or locked if you use those statuses. Okay. I think I lost connection for a while, so maybe that didn't work. It's only one. Vendor shipped. No, in progress, sorry. Shipped. Something's going on with my internet connection, apparently, so it's not letting me add that field, but it's as simple as that. It's just you add it here, you've got a selection field that allows you to select, and it's just for your own reference, so it's like a custom status, and once it's here, you just you can edit the label, so like just as I'm going to edit, for example, this label. Sorry. So once your field is in the view, you can edit the label and call it custom, no, not custom, but like status or something, whatever you want, and as simple as that. And then once we've got that field in here, our custom field, then yes, you can add it to the list view. It's going to be like it's just going to show you what status it is. It's not going to actually allow you to choose which status you want to be in, but you can add it to list view. So you can easily go here. I can change and say, now I want to edit the list view. So I'm going to click here. And now in here, if we had that custom field, you'd be able to add it right here. You'd be able to drag it. Let's see if it actually worked. No. Status, no. Well, something is going on with my internet, but you just drag it in here, like what I'm going to do right now. Boom. And you would have it in here. So you'd have your own custom status, so to say. Okay, I hope that answers your question. If not, please let me know. Okay, next question. So Nelson, if I assign the lot number 12342 to cocoa powder, and we have a recall because our cocoa powder is bad, I need to be able to search 1234 and find every batch that used cocoa powder. Sure. Yes, exactly. I think that's the example I just said before. So that's the specific use case for the upstream, downstream traceability. So let's say that I'm gonna go to inventory control, lot serial numbers, and this particular cocoa powder is bad, so we have to, how did you say it? You have to recall it. So we're gonna click here and we're gonna say, what did we use this batch for? So let's say that you used it for 5 different manufacturing orders. You'd see all of them in here. You'd see everything that has to do with this particular serial number. So then you'd be able to click on each one of those manufacturing orders and see. Let's see if I can actually give you an example of that. So let's make my product manufacturer. We're going to make it manufacturer, and we're going to create a bill of materials. So make test, it's my final product, and now this is going to be make component 1. Let's double check that this is correct. Perfect. I'm not tracking my components, but I could. Perfect. Oops, nope, not perfect. Component 2, create. All right, manufacturer. Perfect, and just save. So, let's now go into here and give them some quantity on hand, just for this example. So, new quantity on hand, 5. No serial numbers. Component 2, update quantity on hand, 5. Perfect. So now, if I go into the manufacturing module and I create a new manufacturing order for my final component, my final product, which is make test, my bill of materials, save it, it auto-populates. Check availability, we do have it because I just updated it. and we're gonna produce it. It asks me for a new lot number. I'm gonna create a new one. I don't know, yeah, I think that's a good example. I'm gonna create a new one. So perfect, so I'm assigning the new final product. I'm just manufacturing it to the new lot, record production. Perfect, it's in progress right now. Once I'm done, just mark it as done. So mark it as done. And we've got this new up-down traceability again. Clicking here. And as I said before, this tells you, hey, this specific lot number comes from this manufacturing order, which comes from these components. And these components at its own time were used in here and were used in this inventory adjustment. If I had bought these components from some supplier, it would be showing up in here as well. So you have the full traceability. If you're saying, let's say that the component 1 was bad and now I need to retrieve it, it's as easy as just, you have right here which MO did I use this component for. So this one. And now you can go back and fix whatever is wrong. Okay, let's see if we have another question. So, Nicholas, I've created multiple invoices. How can I send them all at once to my clients by email? Or do I need to send them one by one manually? So let's go and check that. I'm gonna click in the accounting module. And I'm gonna create a couple of invoices. So invoice 1 for customer 1. For whatever product. Validate. Perfect, I just validate the invoice. So I have one, and now let's do another one. Let's do customer 1 again. Yep. We have multiple invoices. Same thing. Now it's gonna be 1,000. Validate. Perfect. So now we have 2 validated invoices, and you're saying, I want to send both of them by email. So if I try to do this, you don't have an option. So the thing is, unless you develop any kind of action that allows you to do that, meaning one option you have is doing a very simple action. We need to think if it's an automated action or a server action or whatever it is. But you could do an action that, when you click in here, sends whatever invoices you have in here selected to your partner. Again, that's a customization, so that's not something I'd be doing. But our technical team would be assisting you with that. But I don't think it's a very complex one. Exactly. So the only option you have right now is just send by email, as you said, one by one. Right here. If somehow you had these invoices stored in your computer, for example, if you downloaded them before, or if you've been downloading them for the past days or something, you can attach them in here. You could edit this. You could say, hey, I'm sending you, I change all of this and I say I'm sending you these 3 invoices for these 3 invoices that I have in my system. So you can play around with this and maybe attach 3 invoices in here. So that's another option maybe for you. Okay, so next question. Okay, so could you show an example of how you can set up ingredient batch of 180 kilogram, which produces finished jars of jam in the MRP module from the production? Odoo needs to calculate 7% waste from the mix. Let's see if I understand this correctly. Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, you have 180 kilograms of ingredients, and you want to say you have 7% which goes to waste. Okay, so let me explain you how does this work in Odoo. What we have is what we would call, let me show you, we have byproducts. So if you see right here where I have my mouse, this is called byproducts. This is to allow to produce residual products A plus B equals C plus D. Meaning, I'm producing, you said, jam. So let's say I have my ingredients are a jar and then 880 kilograms of whatever ingredients. You can say those are my components for my MO, for my bill of materials. And then the residual products or the final products would be one final product and then 7% of waste from the mix. So let's try and do that. So I'm going to activate byproducts, save. Okay, so I'm going to go into manufacturing. I'm going to go into the bill of materials that we created before. You see right here we have a new tab called byproducts. And I'm going to add a new one. It's going to call waste. Create waste. So this is going to be, let's say, a stockable product. Well, let's make it stockable so that we can keep track of how many waste we've got. So save. Perfect. Now, how many waste are we producing? Well, in your case, you need to hard code those 7%, but let's say, right, in this case, we're using what? One jar and then 180 kilograms. Okay, let's suppose this was your ingredients. What you'd be doing is coming into here and setting manually what's that 7%. So would be saying, you'd be doing this. You'd be doing 180, the 7% of that. So that's 12.6. You'd be putting it in here. So now every time I manufacture one of my products, I'm going to have one jar of jam and then 12.6, in this case units, but I could change this unit of measure to be kilograms. I'm going to have 12.6 kilograms of waste. It's as simple as that. You just save it now and you do a whole manufacturing flow and you're going to have the byproduct. If we want to, we can do it if we want. So let's do it. Manufacturing orders, let's do a new one for my only product. Save. Okay, check availability. Obviously I don't have 180 of this one, so I'm just gonna update quantity on hand and say that now we've got 180. So let's go back, check availability again. We've got it. Produce. Let's do a new lot. Number 4. Record production. Perfect. You see our finished products consist in a final product and waste, which is 7% of what you... Perfect. I see that you're saying that's it, so perfect. So we can move on to the next question. Let's see if I'm not missing any questions. Okay, so does the MRP module support propagation of manufacturing orders? For example, I have a BOM with, I guess, several other sub-BOMs. I'm using version 9 currently. I'm unsure about version 9. I'm not that much of an expert on that version, but what I can tell you is that what we can do for sure is have several, like a hierarchy structure with the VOM. So you can have, for example, in my example, we could have component 1 at its own time be a manufactured product with its own VOM that needs to be done. Therefore, at the moment I clicked on check availability, so let's run through it so you can visually see it. So if I do this and I save, if this component 1 was to be a manufacturing product as well, and make to order, what will happen is the moment I try to check availability, Odoo will see that I don't have enough stock of this component one, so make to order will procure for that product. So it will check what this product is. Is it a buy or is it a manufactured product? So as it is a manufacturer, it will create its own MO. And we can go this as far as we go, as far as we want. So we can have as many BOMs chained to each other and go like that. I hope that answers your question. Okay, next question, Regina. So how do you change the template for sending quotes via website? What do you recommend as a template if not showing picture of the product? We have too many products. Okay, so when you say sending quotes via website, what do you mean? Do you mean this? Let's see. Because there's several ways of doing that. So we have these quotes right here. So if I have a quote and I have the website module installed and I have the online proposals activated, I can go into here and say, well, let me create a quote first. Sorry if I'm not seeing your messages in real time. I think it's there's a delay on the messages. So okay, so let's continue. I'm creating a quote for one product, save. Now, when you're saying sending quotes to my customers, there's this obviously sent by email, but there's also this. What they receive when you click send by email is a link to a page that says accept and pay quotation online, right? So maybe that's the website quotations you mean. What if they click in that link? What they are essentially seeing is this. What I'm going to be seeing when I click preview. So this is what the customers see when they click on the email that they receive. They see this online quotation. You're saying, how do I change the template? Well, for sure, what you can do is edit this page. So this is a website page. You can do whatever you want in here as far as the editor allows you to. So I can add blocks. I can change my text, whatever I want to. If you install a website theme, this whole page will be affected by the theme. So there's that. But if you're talking about the actual email template, so let's go back into Odoo. Let's see if we can go back. If we go back into sales and quotations, sale order 1. So if I send by email, this template, right? Maybe this is a template you're referring to, is the template that is filling up this text box up here. So if you want to edit this template, you can click this button right here, which will take you to that specific window that enables you to edit the template. Again, this is more of a technical view. You have right here the code that allows you to modify the template. If I click right here, we can go even, sorry, not right here. I think I need to be in debug mode to access the actual code. Let's do that real quick. Okay, so click. Perfect. So you see we have this new button right here that allows you to access the code of the template. So if I click here, this is the code of this email template. So you can edit this. You can add here, if you're good with coding, if you have someone on your end that can code. If not, if you have SuccessPack, we can do it for you. But this allows you to edit the code, edit the colors, the font, whatever you want right here. And finally, if by template you're meaning the QWeb report, the PDF report that gets sent out, so this. Sorry, maybe let's download it here. So if by template you mean this, we can edit this as well. So this is, in the end, this is a QWeb report. And again, if you are good with coding, you can try doing that yourself, but you have to be careful on how you do that. We're going to talk about that later if there are no more questions. But you can edit the keyweb. So if we're talking about editing PDF reports, that's done in the settings, technical, and then we're going to do views, and we're going to search for that particular report. So in this case, let's remember, what is it? Sale order. So in this case, you see right here that we have several keywebs that relate to sale order. We just need to find the one that is for the sale order PDF. If I'm not mistaken, is this one right here. So we have the full code of this, essentially of this PDF report. So either we do it for you. If you are on the online platform and you have a success pack, we can help you with that. But if you know your XML, you can just go into here and edit it yourself. Now, what I was mentioning before, you have to be careful, because if you're on the online platform, you can't just, or you shouldn't just go into here and edit whatever you want, because as you know, in the online platform, we just keep updating your Odoo version every certain amount of time, every time we have a new release. So every time that we update the code, all the base reports, all the base views, all the default views that come with the software are overwritten. So we overwrite whatever, for example, this report would be overwritten. So if I add a new field in here, it would be overwritten. So how do we customize things so that they are not overwritten? So we do what is called an inherit view. So if you go into here, you see we have already some inherit views, but if you can create your own inherit view. So I could do MIQ, report, sale order document, and just go into here and do my own modification. So for example, let me put an example code I've got right here. Let's say I want to do whatever modification this is, right? So I can do some XPaths. An XPath is just a way of finding a specific reference in the original view code. So for example, in this case, I'm looking for the field journal ID, and I'm replacing it by nothing in this particular case. So I'm deleting it. And then in here, I'm putting something else. So then what I'm trying to explain by this is that if you want to add fields or remove fields or something like that, you have to do it through an inherit view of that report. Because if not, otherwise, when we update your software version, you're going to lose all of your customizations. That only applies to Odoo online customers. If you are on local, or if you're with a partner, or that's a different world. That's just for what I'm just saying is just for online customers. Okay, let me go back to the question list. Perfect. So we have another question. Back to POS. Is it possible to print without POS box? Please show us steps. Please make demo of access right POS user. I'll need a little bit more specification than that, but for the first one, is it possible to print without POS box? Yes. So how? Let's do it. I'll need to install POS first. So as long as you have a printer connected to your computer or to whatever device you're using, you can print. The POS box is just used to sort of channel all multiple devices all at once. So for example, if you have a barcode and a printer and a cash drawer, etc., POS box allows you to just connect it all in one place, easy, and it's all integrated. It's all easy to use and easy to set up. But it's not required. So if you only have a printer, for example, so let's go into here. I have a POS. I'm going to do a new session. Not sure I'm going to have any products there. That might have been my mistake. Let me open a new tab just in case. Oh, I do. Okay. So I'm going to add I'm gonna buy some waste, and I'm gonna pay cash 115. Oops. 1.15. Let me print the invoice as well if I want to. Validate. Sorry, customer one. Okay, so I'm going through the checkout process of the POS, and I validate. Perfect. So now I'm getting my invoice, and you're saying, okay, I don't have the POS box set up. What's going to happen here? In the end, this just works as a regular computer. So if I click print on receipt, as I don't have a POS box, what this is telling me is, hey, what printer do you want to use? This, in the end, this is a PDF. So if you have your receipt printer connected to it, which is exactly what I have right now, you see it's already adapting it to the format. So you just click on print, select the printer, click on print, and this will print you your receipt in the format that is showing up right here. And same thing for your invoice, right? If you have a printer connected to your computer, you can print your invoices right from here. I click on print. I change the printer because I don't want the receipt anymore. I want this one, and it gives you the right format. So yes, answering your question, it's possible to actually print without having a POS box. Okay. I think there's a new question. Okay. So in sales team, can I use the team leader email alias, email address to log emails from Outlook? Sorry, I'm losing my... In sales teams, can I use the team to log emails from Outlook? It entered the alias in the CC. Not sure I understand your question. If you can try to rewrite it again. Let's see if I can understand it. Emails from Outlook. So essentially, let's see if I understood it or not, but if not, you can comment on that. So essentially, how this works is on the sales team. Go into sales. And you have CRM installed, for example. So right now I already have CRM installed. You see we have different sales teams, right? So we have sales, we have website, we have point of sale. Okay. You're saying, you're referring to the email alias. So in this case, my email alias is sales@lifesupport-mic.odoo.com. That's my alias. If I understood right, will it go into Odoo if I BCC it in an email from Outlook? Yes. So essentially, any kind of email that gets into this email address will show up in Odoo. It just works like a regular email address. Just any email that it receives, it will create, in this particular case, a new opportunity because I don't have leads activated, and it will put it into this particular sales team. So opportunities for my sales channel. If I want to define a new sales team for internal sales, external sales, something like that, I can do that. I can define a new email alias, and emails will go into that particular sales team. I hope I answered your questions. Is it possible that this will log in internal nodes? No. What it will do is it will create a new opportunity. So we can try it. It's, not sure it's gonna work or not because this is a test database, but we'll see. Where am I? Okay, so sales, I wanna send an email to this address. Let me do that from my actual email. So I'm gonna do it off screen here, guys. Test. Okay, so I sent an email. Let me refresh so I can give it some time. Well, oops, sorry. my pipeline. So you see, I just sent out an email that from my actual email address, so miq@odoo.com. And you see right here, I just got it, and it goes directly into the sales channel because that's the actual email alias that I referred to when I sent my email. Okay, so I think that answers your question. Let's go into the new one. Ivan, so is there a default way to import sales orders and sales order lines for large orders? Yes. What we normally do here when you have a success pack and you work with a consultant is we all have like a set of our import templates that facilitates this kind of process. So we just import sale orders with large number of lines. Yes. That's something that maybe I won't be able to build right here on live, but let's try it. So let's say that I want to import a sale order. So right now, let's do one thing first. I'm going to export it. So this way I'm going to get a good template of how to import this. So I'm going to export. Let me open a new window. Okay, and I'm gonna export, sorry. So I'm gonna export the customer. Okay, sorry about that. Actually, on a second thought, I think this is going to take a lot of time and it might not even work while we do it live. But yes, Ivan, answering your question. So the only thing you have to do is prepare an import template. So just an Excel file. And we can give you that. Just that I don't have any ready. I don't have none ready right now for you. But we have those such things. And it's just an import template, an Excel template with the specific fields and headers that you need to use to import into a sale order and sale order lines. And it's as simple as that. You just fill in your information and you import sale orders as many as you want with as many lines as you want. Okay. Perfect. So let's move into the new question. Sorry. Okay, can you please, well, I'm seeing a traceback here. I don't know what that is. Can you explain the inventory of stores related to the main warehouse? What is the type of these stores, type local customer? What is the best practices? Let's see if I understand the question. So we're going to go into the POS module. Okay, so if I go into the configuration of this actual session, this by default, this particular point of sale session will always take out from your warehouse stock location. So if you're saying that you want to have different locations for your stores, I understand. What I recommend is that you we can do several things. Let's try. So if you are able to have it all under the same warehouse, that would be the simplest one. So have one main warehouse. It's called warehouse/stock. And then underneath that, we can put several locations for your different stores. And then when we are using the POS, Odoo will automatically take it from the childs of warehouse stock. Let's say that you want to have different warehouses because it's a different physical location. So in that particular case, we first of all need to activate the actual multi-warehouse configuration. Sorry, so let's go here and let's do, what is it? warehouses. So let's do multi-warehouse right now. And we're going to apply that. Okay, so let's see if that changes anything in your actual. Exactly. So you see, the moment I activate multiple locations, you're able to assign specific locations to your point of sale sessions or locations. So in this particular case, I can say my main one takes out from warehouse stock. My another point of sale session takes out from a different location. So you can have the different POS sessions that you'd be seeing right here. And one would be store 1, store 2, store 3. And that's it. That is how you do it. Okay, so another question. Please make demo of access rights. POS user, where I can assign user to specific branch and other cashiers cannot see sales of others. Okay. In that particular case, we need to play. We need to set up what is called record rules or access rights. We need to check which one of the two. But in the end, what you need is just a condition that says this particular group of users, as you're saying POS user, will only be able to see the point of sale sessions that actually are assigned to me. And there's a way of doing that. I just need to find it. So let's see. Maybe not assign, but what we're going to do is instead of that, you're saying you want to see so that cashiers can see sales of others. Okay, well, for starters, in POS, that's never going to happen. So like in POS, what you can do is if you want to hide these two windows right here, it's as easy as just hiding them. This way, no, for example, POS user wouldn't be able to see any sales. Therefore, he wouldn't be able to see any sales of anyone. If you want them to see only his own sales. So we can go into here, orders. And then in here, what you need to do is set up a domain for this view, which automatically filters by, not filters by, but like only shows you the orders that which the salesman was, for example, in this case, me. So I will need to work on that, but it's just doing a domain for this view. So if I do, let me activate the debug view. Okay, so if I activate debug view and go back into the screen, and I go into the actual action. Well, this is not the best case actually. I go into here, into the list view, and I did the action. I will need to double check on the syntax exactly. I don't have it on the top of my head, but you see right here the domain. So this field that is called domain, you can put a condition here. You can say salesperson equals to user dot to the current user. I don't remember the syntax on the top of my head, but using this field exactly, it says it right there in the tooltip. So optional domain filtering the destination data. So you can actually. I need to double check if it's the domain or the context, but you can actually filter what's showing up in that view. So you're going to be able to say, only show me whichever orders belong to the salesperson that is related to the user that is currently looking at this. That's one way to do it. And that limits it for everyone. If you want to just limit it for a specific person, for a specific group of users, as you were saying, you're going to use what is called the record rules. Record rules. So it come into here, and you'd create a new, you'd create a new record rule for the POS orders. So point of sale order. So right here, for example, right now we already have one, which is company ID has to be the same as the user's current company ID. So in this case, what we would be doing is create a new record rule that is salesperson has to be equal to the user's ID in this case. I will need to double check on that, but I think that would be it. So salesperson equal to salesperson ID. And then that record rule, you make it only applicable to your group. So the group you were mentioning, the POS users. If you don't assign any group, that means that it will apply to everyone. So as it says right here, no group equals global. Okay. Next. In product, I've edited the product form and added new lines with Studio. Now I want to be able to print the page. How can I add print option to the product form? That means creating a new report. So let me tell you what I mean by that. So if I go into the product form, products. You're saying, I added some lines in here. Now I want to print this. Well, there's no default print report for this. So like there's the product labels, there's the cost structure, but there's no report that prints you the information of the product, for example. So you have two options. One, create a new QWeb report, as we mentioned at the beginning of this session, which is going into the technical views, creating a QWeb report that actually prints whatever fields you want from this specific view. Second option, and simplest one, is to go into here and print this actual screen. If you added some lines in here and you actually want to see them in a printed page, you can go into Chrome, print, and print the actual page. This is another option and doesn't require any customization. So you'd be seeing your studio lines right here. Okay, a couple more questions. Okay, so can you show analytic accounting showing all costs related to manufacture of item F1 from components C1 and C2 and some overhead, or setting up of analytic cost center? Okay, so analytic accounting. So I'm just gonna go in here and I'm just gonna activate that. Sorry, analytic. Okay. So I'm gonna go into accounting, and you were saying. Okay. So we're manufacturing to a final product, and you want to see the costs of the components and some overhead. So let me first of all do one thing, which is give some cost to those actual components, because I haven't done that yet. So sorry, cost. Let me just give it here a cost. So that's it. Perfect. And now I go into the manufacturing module. So okay, so let's create a new manufacturing order. And I might be missing something. So I definitely am, and let's see what I'm missing. Okay, sorry about that. Let's activate work orders. So that activates work centers, which is what you were, if I understood correctly, mentioning. Sorry. Okay. So let's activate this and go into the actual work centers and create one. You see, the moment I create a work center, which a work center in the end is just like a workstation, something like that. It can apply to several use cases, but in this case, let's say it's a workstation. So I can define an analytic account to this particular workstation. So what I can say is, okay, work center station 1. Sorry. And analytic account, let me create it. And it's going to be station 1. Perfect, save. Now, as you can see, there's a field here that says cost per hour for this work center. This is because this is how it works. So what I define here, let's say that I put $1 per hour or $100 per hour. So what happens here is that I'm going to create a manufacturing order. I'm going to have a work order that gets created because of that. And when you do work orders, let's do it. When I do work orders, there's a button there that records the time that you spend in that work order. So if I go there, let me just create the routing, which is also needed when you use routing name, whatever, test, operation, cutting, work center, station 1. See, you can define a manual duration, and you put it here, like a default duration, or you can put based on real time. So let's do that. I'm going to save it. Perfect. And now I just need to put the routing on my bill of materials. So right here. Save. So now what happens if I do a new manufacturing order? I'm going to manufacture this one, plan. I'm going to check availability. I don't have enough. And I'm going to update quantity on hand. And I'm going to say, now I have 180 more. Check availability. Okay, now something went wrong here. It's because of the 1,000 tests I did before. Forecasted. I think that's enough. Okay, so now I have enough, and I'm gonna plan. There's some weird error, which I don't know what it's about. Float division by 0. I will need to double check what's that. But it's blocking me. Sorry. So I go here. Where's my manufacturing order? It's this one, right? Yeah. So let me double check the error again. SAS 15. Ah, okay. So it seems to be like some minor bug with the new version. Let's give some random numbers here. I will need to check what's that. Just the new version, SAS 15. We might have some bug right there. So let's try again. Let's see if that was it. Nope. Well, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be able to show this part. But in the end, what I wanted to show is that when you do a a work order, let's skip the DMO. Can I create one? No. When you do a manufacturing order, in the end, it records the time that you spent on that particular order. So if let's say that you spend 15 minutes, so that 15 minutes are going to go into the actual analytic account that we defined before. So let's say that's the manpower. So like I have one person working 15 minutes. It costs me $100 per hour. Odoo is going to calculate that and put it into that analytic account that you defined in your actual work center. And this is how it works. I'm still surprised that I'm not able to show this. Okay, well, I'm sorry, but yeah, I'll need to get back to you on that at a later time when we don't have that traceback that is currently blocking me. Sorry about that. But I mean, it just works as I explained before. So moving on to the next question, is it possible to generate automatic PO for zero stocks if items already sold without reordering rules? For zero stock items already sold without reordering rules? No, without reordering rules, no, because unless you. So let me explain the whole system. In Odoo, we have two options, right? You have make to order, and you have reordering rules. So if you don't want to use reordering rules, either you do it manually or you use make to order. So if you use make to order, then yes, then you will have zero stock items. They are sold out, and then every time you sell a new product, Odoo will create a PO for that product because it's make to order. That's one option. For zero stock items, yeah, I think I understood your question. If not, just comment it to me in the chat, please, and I'll continue looking into that. But related to this question, there's always the typical question, which is, so as I said, we have make to order, we have reordering rules, and then we have manually, right? But a lot of customers have asked me in the past that they want to use some kind of a mixed configuration, right? So what they want to do is, for example, if you have, let's say I have 5 units in stock of product A, and what I want Odoo to do is, if I have stock, use my stock. If I don't have stock, create a PO. That's a typical request that I get from my customers. So how do we do that? Because make to order doesn't allow for that, and reordering rules doesn't allow for that, because each one of those options are in the extremes, and none of them adapt to the use case I just explained. So what you do is you're still using reordering rules, but you're using them in a weird way. So let's see how we do that. You're going into inventory, and you're going into reordering rules. So you're going to create a new one, and the weird configuration is that essentially you're going to just leave it as it is right now. So we're going to leave it with minimum quantity 0, maximum quantity 0. So why do we do that? We do that because, let's say, again, I have 5 units of my product, and I sell 10. Okay, so my forecasted quantity will be -5. So if my forecasted quantity is -5, this reordering rule, when the scheduler runs, will come here and check and say, hey, my scheduled quantity is -5. Therefore, I need to get back up to the maximum quantity, which is 0. So essentially, what Odoo is going to do is, if I have stock, I'm going to sell my stock. If I don't have stock, whenever the reordering rule runs, I'm going to create a PO just to get back to 0 in my forecast. So I think that's a very useful configuration because it's kind of a mixed make-to-order reordering rule configuration, because it uses your stock, and if you don't have stock, or if you don't have enough stock, it creates a PO for that. But remember that these reordering rules just run every certain amount of time, whenever the automated action that actually drives the reordering rule runs. It's not like make to order, which is instantaneous. So in this case, this would not create a PO until you actually click in here and run the scheduler, or until you wait. I think I'll need to double check on that. I think it's 1 day. Every time that automatically the scheduler runs for you without you having to click the button. And that is right here. Let me double check. Scheduled actions. I don't remember if it's exactly this one, but if it's this one, it's 1 day. But well, it's essentially every certain amount of time. So if you want to make sure that it actually runs, you just have to go into the actual inventory and click in run scheduler and run reordering rules. And also notice that it's not instantaneous again. So if I click here, this might take, depending on how many products and how many reordering rules do you have, it might take about 5 minutes at most. Or I mean, if you have thousands of products, it might take more than that. If you have 2 products, it will take 2 seconds. Okay, so I think I haven't skipped any question. Let's move on to the next one. Okay. Okay, please explain the steps to make credit card payments through POS in terms of hardware and Odoo required to work in some countries where Mercury is not activated. As far as I know, Vantiv, Mercury, is the only platform that we support for credit cards in the POS. So if that's not available in your country, to be honest, I've only worked in the US, so I'm the expert on that end. But that's, as far as I know, the only current service that we support for the POS to work with the credit cards. Now, how to set it up? So let's say that I go into here, into accounting, configuration, payment acquirers, and I search for, it's not here anymore, so I'll need to search where it is now. Sorry, let's see if I can find it, because they moved it around in the last versions. So let's try one thing. I'm going to create this credit card. This is a type. Yeah, we need to double check on that. It's been I haven't set up the PO since older versions, and I can't find the Mercury Vantiv unless it's something that needs to be installed. Nope. Oh, here we go. So I was missing this. So you need to install first the module for the Mercury payment services. So let's install it. Okay. So now we're going to go back into accounting. If I remember correctly, it should be here. No, it's not. So let's go back into POS. And let's see if I can find that. Here we go. credit cards, Mercury configuration. So that's in point of sale configuration settings hidden in here. I'm going to create it. And here you have this nice little text that explains you a little bit how you do it and where can you contact if you have any questions. But in the end, we just need your credentials, right? Which is what you're going to put into here. So you're going to configure your Mercury credentials. You put them directly into here. I don't have any right now, so I'm sorry I cannot do a live demo, but it's essentially putting them in here. Simple as that. And then when that's configured, I'm going to go into here, into my session or station, and I'm just going to double check that I'm not missing anything here. You're going to need to add the payment method into your session right here. So right now, the only way you are able to pay is through cash. If you want to also allow to pay through credit card, you need to add it in there. But it's as simple as that. Once that is connected, you just connect if you're using the POS box, for example, you set it up correctly. So connect everything you need to connect, the actual cash drawer, barcode, or whatever hardware you're using, you just connect it, and once it's connected, it directly works. So we just when I go into the POS, I just select credit card payment method, swipe, and Odoo automatically talks to Mercury, and the whole transaction is complete. So if you're using the POS, it's very simple to set up. POS box, sorry. Hope that answers your question. Okay, Regina, I think, well, did I skip any other question? I think I didn't. Okay, so I have a client that I sell products to. I keep the inventory for them and make them into a kit. Oops, sorry, the question just moved. Sorry. So I have a client that I sell products to. I keep the inventory for them and make them into a kit. For example, a pen, jacket and bag make up a kit. Okay, I ship the kit out. I may have more pens than jackets. I have problems keeping accurate inventory since I invoice them when I receive them. How do I handle this so I know what I have? Let's see if I understand your question. So I have a client that you sell products to. So you're shipping products to him. For example, a pen, a jacket, and a bag. I ship the kit out. I may have more pens than jackets. I have problems keeping accurate inventory since I invoice them when I receive them. Okay, so again, I understand that your question is your last phrase, which is how do I handle this so I know what I have? So if your question is how do I know what I have in my inventory, my recommendation would be just go into inventory module and inventory valuation. You can even check inventory at date, but let's do inventory valuation. So let's do current inventory. Okay, perfect. So this gives you the whole amount of products that you have right now in stock. So let's say that you're saying you received more pens than jackets. You can check that here. So let's say that, right, you received 10 and 20 pens, and you only sold 10 pens and 10 jackets. So you're left with 10 pens. You'd be seeing them in here. So right now, if you see this is filtered by internal location. So this is just showing me whatever is in my stock. So in this particular case, I'm seeing just what I still have in my stock. If I want to see everything, or if I want to see only what I sold to my customer, I can play around with the filters. So I can just remove this, for example. So now I'm going to be seeing everything, including what I sold, which in this case is nothing because in this database I never sold anything. But you're going to be able to filter. For example, I can say group by location. Sorry. Group by location. Right? So, actually I sold something. So you see it right there. You have 9 customers on hand. You have 2 customers in production. 2 customers, 2 products in production. And you have 2 products in customer locations. So this means that I sold 2 products, and now they are in the customer location. Now I have 9 in stock. So the best, I think in my recommendation, the best way to keep track of what you have in your inventory right now and what's the value of your inventory, you can see it right here, is here in this view. This is the inventory valuation. And this tells you in which location is everything stored, serial numbers, everything. Okay. I hope this answers your question. Okay, so several questions right here. Okay, so as the analytic account of MRP had a bug, true, can you give the overall use of analytic accounting and how it is used to catch expenses related to a certain event, product, or whatever? Sure. So the easiest way to see that is, for example, if we're going to sales or purchases. So let's do sales because it's the one I have active right now. So let's say I'm selling something. Selling whatever, service, product, you say it yourself, so whatever, right? So I'm going to do something, a generic product, which is this one. Okay, you see right now we already got these analytic tags, which are not analytic accounts. These are different, but this doesn't matter that much because we're still in the sales module. This is not the accounting module. So analytic accounting comes up in the accounting module. So I'm going to confirm the sale. Now, so analytic accounting is normally used to keep track of, for example, products in a specific department. If you want to keep track of departments, work cost centers, something like that, you always use analytic accounts to put your costs in there, right? So it's just an informative view of an account that doesn't actually impact your accounting. It's just more informative than anything. So if I now create an invoice, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say this product sale belongs to the department of whatever. So my analytic account is going to be department 1. And this is how you do it. So you come here and you do $100 into department 1. And that's it. I'm going to validate this invoice. Therefore, now it's open, so journal entries have been generated. If I now go into my accounting module and I do analytic accounts, I have a list, and you see right now my department 1 account has already some entries in there. It has a balance of 100. This is not the word, but you see it right here, balance of 100. So this is how you keep track, or how do you allocate costs of specific products or specific services, events, or whatever you want to call a product to a specific analytic account. Same thing goes for purchase. I don't know if you saw that, but there's another setting that is purchase analytics. So I was doing sales analytics, but you can also do purchase analytics. And this is kind of new. We didn't have it in the previous versions, very previous versions. But if you click here, I'm going to get the same thing. So I'm going to get analytic accounts and all of that in the purchase side of Odoo. So you can also use that. Let's see if we can see it real quick, because there's a long list of questions. Requests for quotation, create. So you see right here we have this new field called analytic accounts. Works the same way as in the sales flow. If I'm not mistaken, though, I'm gonna make a live gamble here, but analytic accounts won't affect your accounting, or your analytic accounts until you actually do the vendor bill. So let's actually try that. So what this does, it just holds your value until you create the vendor bill and then moves it into the vendor bills. So vendor. So I'm gonna sell this product, and again I'm gonna do department 1, and I'm gonna do 500. Okay, and I'm gonna confirm order. Now let's double check if this, because I haven't impacted accounting yet. I'm not in the accounting module, I'm in purchases. Has this affected my accounting module? exactly. So I was correct. So the credit you see is still 100 from the sales until I actually move this PO value to the actual vendor bill. So I'm gonna create the vendor bill right now if I can. Essentially what Odoo does, it brings it from the PO. You see, it's right here. So now if I validate it, it will actually impact my analytic accounts. Let me refresh this. Or at least it should. Oh, well, sorry. I've set quantity 0. My fault. My fault. Let's do that real quick again. Vendor, product, quantity 1. Oh, well, okay. I didn't receive any. That's the problem. So let's receive it. Validate. Yes. Validate. Oops, sorry. Okay. Here we go. Serial numbers. Validate. Okay, so I'm going back into the PO and I'm creating the vendor bill. I didn't set any analytic account. I'm gonna do it now, whatever, because it's still a draft. A draft vendor bill, so I'm gonna save it and I'm gonna validate it. Perfect. And now I'm gonna refresh. And here we go. So as now I received the quantity number 1 of one unit, and it costed me 500. So this does a debit into my department 1. So the overall balance is minus $400. And this is how you manage this. Okay. So let's move on. I think I lost track of which question was I answering. Okay. Syncing the bank. Okay, so Anas has a question. Syncing with bank, if not listed, what is required to integrate with Odoo? Good question. I've never had this question before, so all my clients in the past have integrated with one of the banks that we are integrated with. If your bank is not listed in here, you might want to contact our feedback team or our support team to see what they have to say about it, if they plan to integrate it in the future. As far as how to customize it, no idea. I don't even know if it's possible for you to do it yourself on your end. I mean, if you're a partner. But yeah, if you're in the online version, I would recommend contacting feedback or our support team if your bank is not in here in the let's see, bank account, not bank account, sorry, journals, bank, right? So if you click here, configure, and you're not able to see your bank, again, contact feedback or support and see what they have to say about it. Maybe we plan to add it in the near future. Or maybe you add it because you ask them, if it's really necessary. Okay. New question. So, Stephen, you have a sales order that has been confirmed and products have been ordered and received. There was a defective part received. How do you order another part without cancelling the sale order? There was a defective part received. Okay. Good question. So I'm guessing you are referring to, if you're referring to not make to order, so like manually, everything manually, like you create a sale order and you manually create a PO and you manually do everything, then that's easy. That's you just go into here and you have a sale order, right? You have a sale order, you confirm it, and then you create a PO, you receive the products. On reception, you see that some of them have been broken or something, so you want to throw defective part. Okay, so you want to throw one away, you scrap it. So if I'm on my incoming shipment, right? So this is my incoming shipment where I'm purchasing my products. What you do is just scrap. So let's see how we do that. Well, in this case, how we do this? We create a new one. Vendors, quantity, 1, save. Now mark as to do. I don't know why the scrap button is not showing up, because I saw it. Sorry. So I'm going to receive 1, 2. What am I missing? Sorry, serial number. So I'm going to put another serial number. Save. Must be missing something because I don't see the scrap button. But well, let's not scrap it here then. For some reason I'm not seeing scrap. If I validate it, okay, here it is. So you already received it, and you see that it's defective, right? So you want to scrap it. So you would click here, scrap, perfect, and you would create a new PO or a new receipt if you don't need a new PO, and you just receive the new product. Now, if what you're saying is I have make to order, and my sale order is confirmed, that creates a PO, I receive some products, and now I'm scrap. My recommendation, you're saying, how do I order another part? Well, does that, I mean, if that order really happens, then you're right, because that's difficult, because the sale order is tied to that PO, so that's a problem. I think there's no way. You need to cancel the sale, because the problem is that Odoo, when you do make to order, it links sale order with PO, meaning if I confirm the sale order and the PO is created, and then I cancel the PO, you'll see that something happens with the delivery and the sale order. They are connected and they talk to each other. So if you're scrapping one of the products and then you try to update quantity on hand somewhere else or receive it in somewhere else and then assign it to that delivery order, it's not going to work. Odoo is not going to let you to assign it to that delivery order, because that delivery order is waiting for that specific PO. So my recommendation is yes, unless you are able to edit the incoming shipment somehow. But if you received it, you can't edit it. If you haven't received it yet, then you're golden, because you can maybe still edit this. If not, you have to do another one, because if you're using make to order, it's interconnected. Again, if you're not using make to order, you can do whatever you want. Okay, moving on. I think the question has a second part. And confirming again, and without nitpicking and packing the other items again. If you have additional items that need to be ordered on a job, should we order the parts on a separate sales order? Yeah, I think that goes together with my answer. Again, only if you are using make to order, because make to order makes a strong relationship between PO and sale order. So yeah, I would recommend that you do it separately. Okay. So we have Regina. Have no inventory because I invoice them and ship as orders come in. I don't know what you're referring to, Regina. Let's see, what question were you asking before? So if you're referring to what we were talking about before, about the pens and the jackets, so you're saying I have no inventory because I invoiced them already and ship as orders come in. Okay. So you have no inventory, but you're saying that you have more pens than actual jackets, right? So those pens, I mean, this is a whole process. So if you receive the product and then ship it out, at some point the difference is going to stay in your warehouse. So you're going to see it in your inventory. If you're telling me it never goes into your warehouse because you ship directly to your customer, that's called drop shipping. And if you're using drop shipping, let's see if there's any way for your use case. Not really, because when you use dropship, what happens is that when you sell, you actually select the route dropship, right? So the only moves that are created are essentially just for that sale that you did, right? So you can have it both ways. So you can't have, you can't buy more of something and then not have it in inventory, because if you use dropship, the only thing that will happen is that if I create a sale order for 10 and that is dropshipped, only 10 will be sent to my customer, meaning that it's impossible to have more stock in Odoo bought than actually sold. So dropshipping is exactly accurate on that, because I sell, that creates the moves, and it creates it for the exact same amount as I actually sold them for. I hope that's clear enough. It's a little bit tricky, but if not, just let me know. Okay, what else? So is it possible to make online payment if Mercury not available offline through POS? Well, my guess is you're meaning that it's not available temporarily, so it's going to be available at some point, right? So if for some reason you're losing connection, so you're in a poor wireless area connection, and you don't have a very good connection, so you're dropped off, and Odoo POS will still keep working. So Odoo POS can work offline, and you can even still charge your customers. Odoo will save that information, and then once you go back online, Odoo will all at once pull all of those orders into the database and update your inventory on hand and everything. So and create the orders in the system and the invoices and whatever needs to be created. But yes, answering your question, Odoo POS works offline, yes. It's just that it needs to be connected online at some point afterwards to actually upload the information. So, Fabiana, do you know when are you going to do the Argentinian localization? The answer is I don't. But maybe you can ask our support team, maybe someone there knows or is aware if we're actually working on that. But sorry, but I don't have information on that. So yeah, I would recommend contacting the support team. Okay, and for now I don't see any other question. Again, remember that I have a delay, so maybe you already wrote one and I'm not seeing it. But while we wait, I'm gonna just go through a couple of things that customers typically ask us consultants, and maybe you find useful until we have another question. So some of them actually we already went through them through today's session. So a very interesting one, and I think that if I go into this one, it's going to take all of our remaining time. So let me check if there's another question. Okay, quick one from Stephen. How do I contact the support team? So that's easy. You do it here. You go into odoo.com/help, and you can submit a ticket in here. So you can do even your email, whatever your email is. Let's put mine now. And you select where what's your edition, so online, enterprise, community. You need to have a database. Well, you don't need to, but it's always easier right here. Your ticket will be processed faster if you have a valid instance name. And again, here you just explain the specifics of your question. So if you have a bug, that's where you contact the support team. If it's a different question, like for example this one, like Argentinian accounting, you can ask it here. Could you please give me information on how or on when are we planning on doing Argentinian localization? And they might answer you through here. Okay, perfect. So moving on. Regina, what is the difference with validate and reconcile in reconciling bank account? Okay, so what does the validate button do in an invoice, and what does the reconcile button do? So let's look at that. So you see, let's check the actual 4 invoices that I already did for this session. So I go into invoices, and I have for invoices, right? So the moment I click the validate button, that means that this invoice is impacting your accounting module. Not until I click the validate button. So you see the statuses on the top right. Draft means it's not impacting my accounting. Open, it means that it's an open invoice, so I'm expecting some money to be paid to me, so it's a receivable. And paid means that I already got paid. So now there's several options for the reconciling part. You can reconcile an open invoice with your bank statement, and you can reconcile a paid invoice with your bank statement. So there's two options. If you see right here, so if you think about it, it's on one side it's Odoo, so what you're telling Odoo you have right now, which is the invoices and the payments. And in the other side, you have what your bank statement is telling you you actually have, which might include also, which is payments in the end. So how does that work? So let's say this one, right? This is 115. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open a new tab to show you both cases. What happens if I reconcile against a paid invoice, and what happens if I reconcile against an open invoice? So let's do that. So this one I'm gonna pay. I'm gonna register a payment through my bank. Actually, obviously you have to do it through the journal you wanna reconcile against. So this is my bank. I'm paying through this, paid. Okay, so this is now paid in Odoo, just in Odoo. But if I go back to here, you see I have other open invoices, right? So I have one for 115, another one for $1.15. Perfect. So what happens now if I go into my bank statement, and let's say that I imported my bank statement, okay, I connected online, I configured my bank account, and Odoo automatically brings in a bank statement that contains two payments, one for $115 and one for $1.15. So let's do that. So my starting balance is 0, my ending balance is, we'll see. So right now I have this. Oops, this is customer 1 paying me. Actually, let's do it here. Reference, I don't have a reference. Amount, 115. And then customer 1 again. Customer 1. You don't need to do this, but just doing it. So, and then another payment for $1.15, right? So my bank statement is telling me that these two amounts of money came into my bank account the other day. So I'm saving it. Okay, and I'm gonna reconcile. What happens when I reconcile? So Odoo already is telling me, it's already detecting that, hey, you're telling me that you have $115 in your bank account, and you also have an open invoice for this same customer for 115. So it looks like we should reconcile these two. So yes, in this case it's correct. So I would just reconcile these two. Now the differentiation I wanted to make is that, look at this. So you see that I have a blue line. Blue line means that I already registered a payment against an invoice in Odoo. So it means that that invoice is already paid. So let me take this one out. So you see, I'm reconciling against. I'm telling Odoo, this payment that you're seeing in my bank statement is this payment that I already did in Odoo, and it's this blue one, because the invoice itself in Odoo is already paid. I already paid it right now in front of you with a register payment manually, right? So this is what happens. I'm telling this 115 is this payment, and this dollar is this open invoice. So that's why it's black, because it's a new open invoice. It's not a payment. So payments are blue, open invoices are black. And now I reconcile, boom, and I'm all done, because I reconciled everything that I just had two bank statement lines, so I don't have anything else to reconcile for now. I still have two open invoices that didn't appear in my bank statement, but that's it. So I hope that explains the reconcile question. Okay. So Fabiana asks, how should I segment my clients to be able later to send a specific email to different segments with a mass mailing app? specific email to different segments. Okay, so let's install the mass mailing app. Apps. Mass mailing. No, okay, what's the actual name of it? Sorry. Email marketing, okay. Okay, so I installed. Okay, it's still installing, I think. Yep. Okay, so now I go into the email marketing, and you're saying, how do I segment? Well, there's several ways of doing that. So if I want to do, for example, a mailing list, right? You're saying I wanna send an email to specific segment of customers. One way of doing it is just manually creating all your recipients in here. You can do that with an import. You can do that with manually, like one by one, if you have a few. So if I go into recipients, you see in the end this is just a list of recipients. It's not the best way of doing it, but again, if you have 10,000 emails that you want to put in here, you might want to do an import. Now, another way of doing it is without even going through mailing lists. So you can create a mass mailing and come into here and say subject. I want to send to my foreign customers. Okay, and this is your subject. So see here, you can choose to send it from a mailing list, but not only that, you can also select your customers, your leads, or your opportunities, which is very powerful because if you select your customers, you're able to, as you said, select a specific group of customers depending on a segment that you want. So for example, if I want to do a specific group of customers, you see, I clicked here, I clicked in the customers and then records. So essentially right now it's telling me that this default filter is selecting only 4 customers, but let's change that. So I don't want this filter. I want a different thing. I want to do, and then now here you have the full filters tool. So you can do whatever you want essentially. You can say, I just want the customers which are country not is not equal to the US, you know. So you can go as complex as you want, but this is one way of defining your segments. You can even, instead of country, you could have like a segments field that you just created, or like a, let's see if there's like a tags field. You know, like I want all the customers that do not contain or that do contain the tag segment 1. Okay, and you would apply, and you would, right now I don't have any, but you would have all the customers that belong to segment 1. You click OK, and that's it. And then you would, here, this filter would automatically be set up to just send emails to the segment 1. So yeah, in the end, I think this is the most powerful tool. Like, you can access directly your customers and select whatever field you want from there and use it as a filter for your mass mailing. So just to wrap up this topic, you would go here in your specific case, customers, and you'd select, for example, tags, you'd do segment 1. You know, you'd give it to here, and then in the mass mailing app, you would select that filter. Okay. So moving on, and ask as a follow-up question. So just to explain more, to get my point, let's say that we have an online payment through gateway. Payment gateway provider, let's say e-commerce. Well, in that case, no. I mean, if you're e-commerce, that's outside the POS, right? So that's through your website. So if you have a payment through your e-commerce, you need to have your website on. even if you're using it in your own computer, or if your customer is doing it from his own place. The e-commerce needs to be online for it to work, because we need to connect with Authorize, we need to connect with PayPal, with whatever payment gateway provider you use. So except POS, everything else has to be online when talking about payments, like real payments. Just to correct here, you can use Odoo, except for the payments. Like, you can use Odoo locally, or if you're not in the online version, if you have like a local version, you could use Odoo locally. But if we're talking about the online version, or if we're talking about the payments in the e-commerce, you need to be online. Okay, so Richard, give me 1 second, Richard, I'll be right with you. So, okay, let's look at his question. We exceed the distance selling thresholds in certain countries, which means that we need to account separately for VAT in each of those countries under separate registrations. How can we do that? Let's see, we exceed the distance selling thresholds in certain countries. Okay, I'm not sure if I'm gonna get this right, but what you could do is have different taxes. So let's say that, right, I'm selling in Mexico and I'm selling in the US, and I want to keep these taxes separately. So you're saying here I need to account for this separately, right? So I would go into accounting taxes, and then here I would create more than one tax. I would do tax 15% USA, tax 15% Mexico, and tax scope it's still sales. So it's both of them are sales. Save. So one way of doing it, and I'm just thinking of it right now, is when you sell to your customers in the USA, use the tax USA. Whenever you sell to your customers in Mexico, use the tax in Mexico. This way, when you run your tax report, you're going to be able to separate them and say, how much tax do I have for Mexico? This much. How much tax do I have for USA? This other much. I think this could work. I'm not sure about your specific use case, but just by reading your question, I think this could work. Okay. Okay. How would we separate those on the report? Perfect. So let's do it. Tax report. Right. In the end, the tax report shows them to you separately. And right now I don't have any. Let's create a sale for that specific, for the Mexico one, because it doesn't have any value yet. So let's do customer one, product, this guy, and we're gonna do tax Mexico. Oops. Here we go. Save. Let's give it actually a price. So my taxes are $15. Perfect. Validate. And we're going to here, tax report, separate. Right, that's one way. Now I see you asking, there's no filter option. Not that I know of. There's only filters by date. There's only, but how would you filter? No. We can play around maybe with the pivot table. So what we can do is go into invoices, pivot table. Let's see, yeah, pivot, right? You have here, and you say, okay, I want all the invoices by customer first, and I want them, sorry, I want the tax. So now here you can filter. You can, yes. You could say here and then now filter. Say, I only want customers that, what is it? Partner, no, not partner, sorry. That's not what I wanted. How would we do this? You can filter by whatever you want, but in your case, you'd want to do, is there any field that works in that case? Well, we need to find a field to be able to filter by, but in the end, you have all the filters available here from the invoice. So you might want to do, I don't know, you might need to add a custom field that to just be able to filter by whatever you want, like Mexico or US. But yeah, that's another way. So this filter tool here allows you to create a report which shows you all your customers, all your invoices. Let's see if it's invoice number. What is it? Number, right? So you have all your invoices, all your taxes. Now only show me the ones that have a certain condition. Carlos is saying not sound. If no one else can hear me, let me know. Okay. So I hope I answered your question, Richard. If not, just keep writing in the chat. Okay, so Fabiana, does Odoo have a way to manage emails, or should I have an email hosting separately? So we do have a way of managing emails, which is by default what you have in your online database. So by default, you have our email server, which is, you don't have to do anything. It works by default. So if I go into general settings, I think you're going to see it here. Maybe you won't, because they changed it. Well, essentially what you have is a domain. Like the perfect example is this guy. Is the when you go here, you see the email alias. So this is your domain, right? Because this is my database. My database is called livesupport-mic.odoo.com. So this is the domain for your database, and this is the domain for the default email server that Odoo gives to you when you create a database. So this is how emails in and out are going to be going through by default. Now, if you want to have your own email server, you can, and that's set up in here. So settings, technical, and incoming mail servers, outgoing mail servers. So you can have a mail server for incoming mails and another one for outgoing mail servers. Configuration is a little bit specific. Obviously, we have a document for that. I can, maybe whoever is interested, Fabiana, I can send it to you if you're interested. But it's just a series of steps. You just need to put here your credentials for your email server and the same for the outgoing one. And essentially, then you're going to be using your own mail server to send emails in and out of Odoo. So yeah, just Fabiana, let me know, or someone else, if someone else is interested, and I'll reach out. Okay, and moving on. So I don't see any other question so far. So what I'm gonna do is, we don't have much time, so let's do something quick. I'm gonna talk about what is called the picking before manufacturing. So actually, very recently, I had one of my customers. We work on this together. So what we did was that, if you notice, when you create the manufacturing order, which we've been doing during this session plenty of times, there's no such thing as a picking. So if I go here, right, so if I have a manufacturing order, what you normally expect or you might want and need is a picking to be able to know, where do I pick these components from? Like, where in my stock are they located? Do I need to go to location 1, 2, or 3 to pick them up? So the same thing we have in our outgoing shipments, like a picking list. Some customers ask me, like, they would like to have something similar in here. We don't have it. We simply don't have it. But there's a very easy way of going around that. which is called creating a picking before manufacturing, which is similar to what we do in the pick, pack, ship configuration in the shippings. So this is kind of a pick manufacturer configuration, which essentially entails to create a custom route, which is the picking before the manufacturing. So essentially, when you confirm an MO, Odoo will automatically create first a picking, a shipment, an internal transfer that will go from stock into a new location that we're going to create, and it's going to be called production in. Okay, it's a new location, and that allows you to print the picking. So the first location allows you to print the picking, and we can do that real quick. So, sorry, let me bring that document up. Perfect. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new location. And we're going to call it production in, because this is the initial location that where the picking. So from stock to here, we're moving our components. So production in, and the parent location is my warehouse. Okay, this is an internal location. Perfect, save. Now, next step. What we're going to do is we're going to change the picking type of manufacturing, which is like the operation type. And we're going to have to say, now, don't go and pick the stock from warehouse stock. Go and pick it up from production in. So my default source location is going to be production in. And we're going to save that. Now, if we were to leave it like this, nothing will work. So we need to do some things more. We need to create a route that is called picking before manufacturing. So let's do that. Let's going to create a route, which is, I need to activate it, obviously. And so I'm going to activate multi-step routes. Okay, so now that this is active, sorry, yeah, so let's go into here and create the new route called picking before manufacturing. Okay, so now what do we need to have in this route? We need to have what is called procurement rules. Procurement rules means that depending on certain locations or certain conditions, Odoo will have to create new moves to procure for products in certain locations. So let's go through that. I'm going to create two procurement rules. One from production in to production, so that's the final step, which brings the components from my new location to the actual production location. And then another one will bring the stock from stock into production in. So it's going to be two procurement rules. So I'm going to do from production to production. So that's going to be a move from another location. And we're going to do, so who is requesting this procurement? My production location. From where? My production in. Take from stock. And my operation type is internal transfers, because it's an internal transfer between my internal locations. Save and close. And now another, as I just mentioned, for the first one, which is from stock to production. So it's from stock to production in. Move from another location. Who's requesting is production in. And origin is stock. And I'll take from stock. And internal transfers is my operation type. Perfect. And okay, so I think we're all set. The only thing we need to do now is set this route into your components. Remember, not your final products, your components, because those are the products that you're going to actually pick up from your stock. So you just go into here and set up this checkbox, which is picking before manufacturing. Sorry, that's the bad example. This is not my component. I want to do it in my component. So here. So now every time I create an MO and these components are requested, Odoo will automatically create a picking first and then the actual MO. So therefore you're going to be able to print the picking list from the picking, and then once you confirm that, you're going to go business as usual with the MO. And unfortunately, we're running out of time. I've gone past the limit hour, but thank you very much for joining us today. And I hope you enjoyed our live support session. Just to wrap up, so if you're interested in future live broadcasts like this one, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and stay up to date with what we broadcast. We host webinars Wednesdays at 11 a.m. Pacific time and 2 p.m. Eastern, and plus we continuously keep uploading videos to our YouTube channel, so feel free to keep tracking us there. And again, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you everyone for joining us. We'll see you next week.